After a couple days off, the Sasquatch are back at home and they take on a familiar opponent in the Plainsmen, who they've already taken on a couple times this year. They'll see them again as they start off this first of 7 games in a row here at home. Hello, everyone, and welcome inside the press box here at Black Hills Energy Stadium. It's Ladies' Night here at the ballpark, celebrating all of the wonderful ladies that are associated with this team and this franchise. And the Sasquatch are going to hope to continue some momentum into the second half. This is the first game of the second half of the season, and they'll kick it off against a team that's been struggling to start this season, and that is the Plainsmen, who are 0-7 so far. And let's take a look at just how these two teams have been different over their last 7 games. In our off-the-wall stats, we'll look at the Sasquatch and the Plainsmen over their last 7. You see the record, 5-2 for the Sasquatch. Of course, some of those games going against the Plainsmen. Plainsmen still looking for their first win. Batting average heavily in favor of the Sasquatch. The ERA, of course, 5.61. If you had to point out a weak spot of this Sasquatch team, it would definitely be the defense and the pitching. But if that offense continues to bat, they're over 300, scoring 70 runs in 7-game span. I mean, this is a team that could be on their way to an ILB championship series against the Casper Spuds. Of course, that is the goal, has been emphasized by everybody here at the ballpark, and the team is certainly feeling it right now in the second half of the season. The goal is to win. They're going to try to go all in towards that ILB championship series, where the Casper Spuds are waiting to see who they will play. The Sasquatch, if they can finish with the best record in the second half, they will be taking on the Casper Spuds. So when we come back, we'll have the first of 7 games here at home. The Sasquatch and the Plainsmen, the first of 4 here to kick off this homestand here on Ladies' Night. Stick around when we come back. Lineups, first pitch, and baseball here from Black Hills Energy Stadium. Welcome back to Black Hills Energy Stadium as we get set for today's matchup. It's the Sasquatch and the Plainsmen. Take a look at how the Plainsmen will line up here to begin this ball game. Leading off, it's the center fielder Jackson Brooks. Dean Samuel, the second baseman, bats second. Luke Froelich DHs, he'll bat third. Jordan Massis is in right. He's batting fourth. Dean Rizzo's the first baseman. He bats fifth. Kyle Whitaker sixth. And then the bottom third of the order, Sam Bradshaw, CJ Fish, and Brody Boyle will round out the final three, and that lineup will be going against the starting pitcher today for the Sasquatch. It is Cade Bleeker. Take a look at what Cade Bleeker's done this year. 28 and a third innings pitched, a 2-0 record, 13 runs, but only 11 of them earned, and last time out against the Oahe Zaps, 5 innings pitched, allowed 3 runs, all of them earned, 5 strikeouts across 5 hits, and only 2 walks. And this is his 6th start of the year, which ties him for the most on the team alongside Easton Brooks, who won't be with the team the rest of the way. Second on the team in innings pitched as well, behind only Colin Anderson. Let's take a look at his last time out against the Oahe Zap. Let's see what he did in our... We're going to take a look at all 5 of his strikeouts from the game against the Oahe Zap. He doesn't strike out a whole bunch of people, but there you see the good off-speed pitch buried deep in the zone. Left a couple sliders hanging that were taken by Zap hitters. You saw one right there, and then was able to paint the outside corner with some fastballs. Maybe got a generous call in the corner a couple times. So you see the fastball there, and then again a hanging slider, but he gets away with it. Only allowed 3 runs against the Zap, and then one more fastball on the black to finish off his outing in the 5th inning. He went 5 innings against the Oahe Zap, and so far this season he has not allowed more than 3 earned runs in a start so far this year. Mentioned this is his 6th start, so across his 5 previous starts, he's held the road team to less than 3 earned runs. He did have 4 runs one time, but only 3 earned, so he's been one of the Sasquatch's more reliable pitchers so far this season. And we apologize as well if you were with us for the games against the Plainsmen earlier. You might have noticed we had to use a Badland Big Stick score bug. We are unfortunately going to have to use the same score bug today. We tried to figure it out and fix it. Our amazing video production intern Stephen Hogenkamp was working hard trying to fix it, and he got very close, but tomorrow I can say with about 90% confidence we will have that lineup for you, the correct Plainsman lineup. But for today it'll be the Big Sticks one once again. The Sasquatch win the standoff. I think it's Aiden Torpy. It is Aiden Torpy, who was the last man to leave the field after the national anthem. So we've seen that a couple times here in the ILB. So there you see the change in the score bug. Try not to pay too much mind to it. It's the Sasquatch and the Plainsmen getting set for the first of 7 home games on this stretch for the Sasquatch, the first of 4 between these two teams who already faced off quite a bit. This pitch is popped in the air, shallow left field. Going over is Syme, and he will make the running catch to retire Jackson Brooks for the first out. Now that you've seen a taste of the Sasquatch defense, we'll give you the full Sasquatch defense in just a second. Let's fly out for the first out of the game. Dean Samuel will now dig in. Give you the defense in just a moment. First pitch from Bleeker. This is down low, ball 1. There it is. Lane Syme, as you saw, he's out in left. Gastisha and Wallett, the other 2 outfielders. Infield third to first, Darnell, Coleman, Bachman, and Finn. And then it's Chance Green doing the catching, and he's catching Cade Bleeker today. Counts a ball and a strike. Off-speed pitch, that's in there for a strike. Mentioned Cade Bleeker doesn't get a whole lot of swings and misses. His swing and miss percentage is just 8.68, but his weak contact percentage is 71.43. That's why his ERA sits as low as it does. Doesn't get a whole lot of strikeouts entering today. 19 strikeouts and 28 and a third innings pitched, but 10 walks. He's been able to limit the damage. Opponents have been struggling mightily against him with runners in scoring position, so certainly a good sign as well. So here comes the 2-2. There's the pitch up in the zone, but grounded to second. Ryan Bachman will field and throw to first. And Samuel is retired for the second out of the game. Let's take a look at our key to the game. In honor of the Black Eyed Peas, we are going with "Let's Get It Started." This is the start of the second half for the Sasquatch, hoping that they can continue the hot momentum that they had in June and carry that over into a good month of July and finish out this regular season strong. So let's get it started for the Sasquatch, and doing so against a team that's been struggling so far this season in the Plainsmen, who are still looking for their first win. We saw the Zap come here and take a couple games from the Sasquatch to finish out the first half, and Sasquatch weren't able to capitalize on a struggling Zap team, but have already taken a couple from the Plainsmen. That was the final series of the first half, trying to kick off the second half with some more wins. This is flared into right field, should be playable out in right for Wallette, and he makes the catch. 3 up, 3 down for Cade Bleeker in the top of the first. Sasquatch bats coming to the plate when we return.
My favorite thing about Macero's, it's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
Surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
Back here for the bottom half of the first inning, the Sasquatch will begin things here in the bottom of the first after a shutdown inning for Cade Bleeker. He was able to go 3 up, 3 down, and now the Sasquatch offense will come to the plate, and here's how they'll look. It'll be Ryan Bachman in the familiar spot leading things off. Braden Gastisha bats second. Seth Nelson third. Kyle Finn fourth. Dylan Darnall will bat fifth. Micah Coleman the shortstop. He's batting sixth. Lane Syme seventh. Dylan Wallette eighth, and Chance Green rounds out the order. He's batting ninth. That lineup taking on the starting pitcher for the Plainsmen. It is Thomas Nelson. This is his first start of the season, his fourth appearance. So far this year, across 5 innings pitched, all of them coming out of the bullpen. He has given up 10 runs, 8 of them earned, 7 walks and 5 strikeouts in those 5 innings, but getting an opportunity here as a starter. ERA sits at 11.2 to enter today and a whip of 3.2. Going against a tough lineup, a team that's been hitting the ball hard, as you saw in our off-the-wall stats in the open. This is an offense that has been on fire to begin the month of June and now closing things out as well with a good, strong final series against the Plainsmen. Been hitting the ball really hard as a team, and perhaps nobody more than this guy, Ryan Bachman. 349 batting average on the season, 14 RBIs, 24 runs scored, and in the month of June, batting 379. With close to 1,000 OPS, 978 OPS in the month of June. This one sails over his head. 2 balls and a strike. Bachman so far this season, this is his 23rd game. He's hit safely in 18 of 22. And he's reached base safely in each of those 22 games, and he enters today on a 12-game hitting streak. So a couple streaks on the line for Ryan Bachman. He's been able to keep them alive to this point. See how long they can last against Thomas Nelson. This pitch is on the corner. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Plainsmen are coming off a 2-game set against the Oahe Zap, losing 12-2 on Monday and 18-4 on Tuesday. Had an off day yesterday before traveling back. Here, this is into right center field. Both those streaks are going to extend for Ryan Bachman as a single into right center field. He'll take the turn at first, but stop right there. Leadoff single for Ryan Bachman to begin the Sasquatch offense in the first. Here's how the Plainsmen will line up behind Thomas Nelson. The outfield is Brody Boyle out in left. Jackson Brooks is in center, and Jordan Massis is in right. Infield, Whitaker and Fish, third and short. And then on the right side of the infield, Dean Samuel and Dean Rizzo. at second and first. Behind the plate, it is Sam Bradshaw. He's catching Thomas Nelson. The dirt ball one on Braden Gostisha. Out of all the Sasquatch bats that have been off, that have been hot here in the month of June, Braden Gostisha has been one of the few that's still had some struggles through the early part of this season. This pitch sails up and away, 2 balls and no strikes. Gostisha still getting the opportunity to bat near the top of the order, despite a batting average just 150. He's 9 for 60 so far on the season, but his on-base percentage is .329. He generates long at-bats, and he does hit the ball hard. Got to figure the hits are going to fall at some point, but he does have a good eye and ability to draw walks as he's ahead in the count here, 3 balls and no strikes. Ryan Bachman not necessarily a speed threat at the top of the order. In fact, Seth Nelson is probably one of their faster guys. He's down in the 3rd spot in the order today, now waiting on deck, and he'll now come to the plate after a 4-pitch walk to Braden Gostisha. Sasquatch have first and second with nobody out. Threatening for some first inning offense with Seth Nelson digging in. On the note of first inning offense, the Sasquatch has a team. Over their last 14 games, they've scored 25 first inning runs. They're 12-3 in games where they score first. So certainly would love to get on the board here in the first inning. That's something they've been doing often, and something that, with this guy at the plate, perhaps nobody else you'd rather have up. This pitch misses outside, 1 ball and no strikes here on Seth Nelson, who has just been phenomenal since returning back to the Sasquatch. Since coming back, .383 batting average, .433 on base percentage. He's second on the team in batting average with runners in scoring position. He's batting .400 in scenarios with runners in scoring position. So could argue there's nobody else you'd rather have up. Trying to tack on an early run or two against Thomas Nelson. Bachman led off the game with a single. Gostisha a walk. Now first and second, nobody out here in the home half of the first. Seth Nelson, the powerful lefty. The big hole in left center field. Outfield shading him to pull a little bit. Comes a 1-1. That one sails outside, so Nelson falling behind a couple hitters here. He's behind Nelson, 2 balls and a strike. Nelson's now up to 16 RBIs. He has recorded an RBI in 6 of 11 games this year and multiple RBIs in 4 of those games. This one's right on the corner. Now the count is 2-2. There you see the full numbers there for Nelson. Batting average close to .400. He got the home run as well. Hit that out in Fremont. 16 RBIs, 12 runs scored. He's just been doing it all. Not to mention 5 of 6 on the base pass and stolen bases too. Here comes the 2-2. This one's way outside, full count. I don't think we've seen Seth Nelson play the field yet this season. He's been almost exclusively a DH, but with the way he's hitting, don't really need his glove. He's not expected to field. If you're batting close to .400, that is plenty good. Full count, first and second, nobody out. Bachman takes off. The pitch is lined straight back. And Nelson will stay alive. Had to swing at it because it was close. Bachman would have had third base stolen. Nelson is not holding Bachman on at second base very well. Bachman was able to size him up and get a good jump, but of course on 3-0, have to be alert at the plate. So we'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sasquatch threatening early. Nelson long looks at second. Now he'll come home. And it's fouled straight back once again. Battle of the Nelsons. Thomas Nelson, Seth Nelson. Got a couple Deans on the right side of the infield as well. Some common names across both of these teams. Jackson Brooks in center fields. Easton Brooks just left the Sasquatch after a very good summer. Starting to become overcast here at the ballpark, getting some cloud cover. Ahead of a 3-2 that misses outside. A single and a pair of walks have loaded the bases in the first for the Sasquatch. Kyle Finn will come to the plate in a dangerous situation with Thomas Nelson struggling here in the first. The Plainsmen will go out for a mound visit. They'll call the whole infield in ahead of this big at-bat. Kyle Finn, you could argue outside of Seth Nelson, Kyle Finn is another one of the guys you'd love to have. Mentioned the batting average for Seth Nelson was 400 with runners in scoring position. Well, 406 for Kyle Finn. Why not up it a little bit more? Here you see the full numbers. 311 batting average, on-base percentage close to 400, and 19 RBIs. That's what happens when you're batting over 400 with runners in scoring position. He started off the year strong. He's cooled off a little bit in June as the rest of the team have gotten hotter. He's cooled off a bit. He's batting just 267 in the month of June, but 10 RBIs and 15 runs scored is plenty good. Still getting the start at cleanup here in the order, playing first base today, and ideal scenario, you've got runners on base and a powerful bat at the plate. Thomas Nelson will try to wiggle out of this first inning. Bachman singled, Gastisha and Nelson both walked. Plainsmen bring the corners in with Rizzo out at first and Whitaker at third. And Finn looks at ball one from Nelson. Middle infield's shaded in a little bit as well. So they're only a few steps behind being even with the bags. Shortstop Fish is very nearly even with the bag. This one's grounded to second. We'll see where they go with it. It's bobbled at second. They'll only have one play, and it's at first. Samuel throws in time to get Finn, but it's an RBI ground out. Everybody will advance. Bachman scores, and it's 1-0 Sasquatch. So Gastisha ends up at third, Nelson at second. Now an open base at first with one away. Sasquatch an early 1-0 lead, and Dylan Darnell will now dig in. Another bat that's just been on fire in the month of June. First pitch from Nelson is swung on and missed. Season numbers now all the way up to 365 batting average. In the month of June, he is 15 for 36. That's a 417 batting average. He's currently on a 9-game hitting streak as well. Batting 424 over his last 9 games with hits in each of those games. Hit here, could probably score 2 with Nelson's speed at second. Darnell's just been doing it all for the Sasquatch. He's been probably the team's best third baseman. As a team, the Sasquatch have struggled defensively. Third base has been one of those spots they've struggled. Tried a couple guys over there at the hot corner, but with Darnell's bat, hard to keep him out of the lineup. He fouls us away, a ball and 2 strikes. You look at the Sasquatch's schedule, of course, you don't want to look too far into the future and start looking at the playoffs, and this is just the first game of the second half, but you look at their schedule, they've got the Plainsmen, they've got the Bison, the Prospects coming up. Milwaukee Zap as well will come here. And then they end the season with Casper and Fremont. So if they can ride some momentum to start the second half, could set themselves up for a meaningful last couple series with Casper and Fremont. Those games are both going to be, or those series I should say, are both here at the ballpark. So those are series to circle on your calendar at the end of July. The Sasquatch could be fighting for a spot in the playoffs, taking on 2 of the better teams in the conference. 2-2 pitch, lined into right center field. That ball will get down in the outfield. Gastisha scores easily, so will Nelson. Darnell digging hard for second. He'll stop right there. 2-run double for Dylan Darnell, and it's 3-0 Sasquatch. So the early offense continues for the Sasquatch. Gave you the numbers about how good they've been when they score first. It's not just 1 run today, it's 3 and maybe even more with Micah Coleman now coming to the plate. And again, a runner still in scoring position in the form of Dylan Darnell after his 2 RBI double, first extra base hit allowed by Thomas Nelson today. 4 of 5 now have reached base against Nelson to begin this ball game. Encouraging sign for head coach Justice Scott. This one misses, ball 1. 3-0 lead for the Sasquatch. So Micah Coleman, today's shortstop, will dig in. Danny Cook had been getting a lot of time there at shortstop, and rightfully so, coming off winning the Player of the Week. The first time we've issued a Player of the Week, did so on social media. If you aren't already following the Sasquatch on Instagram and Twitter and all that, make sure you do so. Danny Cook was the Player of the Week last week, but this guy's been just as good at the plate. 368 batting average on the season, as you saw for Micah Coleman. 1 home run, 11 RBIs, and a .500 on-base percentage. This is fouled away. Count goes to 1-2. This is Coleman's 13th game with the Sasquatch. He's hit safely in 11 of those 12. Trying to make it 12 of 13 if he can get a hit here today. Darnell's streak is now up to double digits with a 10-game hitting streak. Nelson looking for a punch out or any way to get the second out of the inning, which has not been treating him kindly here in the bottom half of the first. Comes the 1-2. This is bounced and count goes even. As this game goes along, we'll give you an update about what's going on around the rest of the ILB. The Prospects and Moo are in action, as are the Spuds and Zap. Keep you updated with those scores as this one goes along. Comes Nelson's 29th pitch of the first inning, the 2-2. It's left outside, full count. So Nelson will have to throw at least 30 pitches here in this inning. To this point, 13 strikes. He's already issued 2 walks, in danger of walking another. Lane Syme waits on deck. Here's the 3-2, and it will be another walk. Micah Coleman will draw a walk, a good at-bat, running the count full, and then reaching on free pass. Sasquatch threatening for more in the first and second, with still just 1 away. And a powerful bat in Lane Syme is going to come to the plate. Syme started off the season a little bit slower, but since that point, he's heating up pretty well. Nelson, a long pause on the mound. Dean Rizzo playing in front of Coleman at first. Big swing and a miss on a pitch outside. Strike 1 to Lane Syme. Look at what Syme has done so far this season. Batting average is now up close to 300, 297. OPS is still up above 1,000, and that's because 7 of his 11 hits have gone for extra bases this year. There's another wave and a miss. He's chasing the outside breaking ball, nothing in 2. 7 of 11 extra base hits, 4 doubles, a triple, and 2 home runs. Ben Green is the team lead with 3 home runs. Lane Syme just behind, he's got 2. Nelson looking for a punch out. Does he go back to the same pitch? He does. Syme swings, and he pops it up on the right side of the infield. Dean Rizzo onto the grass makes the catch. And the pop out, retiring Syme, is the second out of the inning. First and second, 2 away. 3 runs already in for the Sasquatch. Bachman, Gastisha, Nelson, the first 3 in the order. They've all come around to score. Kyle Finn, an RBI ground out, and Dylan Darnall, who's still standing at second. 2 RBI double. That's the Sasquatch offense in the first. Micah Wallett will now dig in. Getting the start in right field today. 8th hole in the order as the Sasquatch are almost batting around here against Nelson in the first. First pitch to Coleman sails outside. It's been a hot day here at the ballpark. It was close to 90 degrees here earlier. Low 80s about 3 o'clock when most of the interns started arriving here, but looking out into the distance, a lot of clouds in sight, overcast now. Still probably feels close to, I'd say maybe 83, 84 right now. Supposed to cool off nicely. Good crowd on hand as well for ladies' night. A lot of pink in the stands. Of course, the Sasquatch wearing their blue, so kind of a fun contrast. Almost looks like a gender reveal with the blue and the pink so prominent. Here comes the 2-0. This is down low. 3 balls and no strikes on Wallett as Nelson in danger of loading the bases. He's already issued 3 walks in the inning. Micah Wallett so far this season, batting under 200, 172. This is a guy you'd want to attack. See if Wallett has a green light here on 3-0. Won't matter. If the pitch misses, it's the 4th walk issued in the inning, and the walk will load the bases. Sasquatch will bring at least 9 to the plate. The catcher, Chance Green, is going to come up. Trying to work through getting our center field camera online right now for you. Apologies for that. Bases are loaded with 2 away, and Chance Green is digging in. 9th batter to come to the plate here in the first inning. Cade Bleeker went 3 up, 3 down. He's getting loose in the bullpen, the dugout. So he can't sit still. This is in on the hands and blooped into right field. That falls. Darnall scores. Here comes Coleman behind him. Throw to the plate. That's not in time. It's a 2-run single for Chance Green. 2 more runs in the first inning, and it's 5-0. Wallette with heads-up base running goes all the way to third. Darnall and Coleman coming to score, and Sasquatch hang 5 runs here on Thomas Nelson in the first inning, and back to the top of the order behind Bachman, who's already 1 for 1 today. Has a chance to pick up his second hit in 1 inning. Thomas Nelson, first inning and the first start of his season, not treating him too well. Yanks the first pitch outside. That's his 39th pitch of the game. So his next one will be 40. Plainsmen now have somebody standing on the bullpen mound, not throwing currently. Plainsmen have a much smaller roster than a lot of other teams. Looking for some length out of Nelson today. They might not get it. These teams are going to see a lot of each other over the next couple days. Sasquatch already played the Plainsmen for 2. They beat them 5-1 on the 22nd and 18-3 to finish off the first half back on the 23rd. This is the first of 4 games that they're going to see them over the course of this weekend into Sunday. Counts 2-1 on Bachman. It just hasn't been the best stuff for Thomas Nelson today. Wind's starting to pick up here at the ballpark. Here comes the 2-1. This is inside, 3 balls and a strike. My California brain struggled to comprehend the sudden rain that we experienced here in Spearfish earlier today. It rained for about 30 minutes and then stopped. Right now the wind picking up ahead of a 3-1 that catches the outside corner, 3 balls and 2 strikes. As far as I know, take that back. As far as I know, there wasn't rain in the forecast. I just checked my phone, and there's an 100% chance at 7 o'clock of thunderstorms. So, if that's the case, this game could take a funky turn. Runner goes. It's grounded foul off the bat of Bachman, and we'll do it again. Maybe not the best sign, as the thunderstorms that have been traveling in from Wyoming. I was told there might have been a hail warning out there in Wyoming, so hopefully everybody's staying safe out in Wyoming, and everybody doing so as well here at the ballpark as the wind continues. Here comes a 3-2. This is upstairs, ball 4. It's another walk issued here in the first inning, and the Sasquatch, once again, the bases will be loaded. Bachman at first, Chance Green at second, and Micah Wallette is going to be at third. Comes another mound visit as third baseman Kyle Whitaker's hat just blew off. Wind definitely picking up. And I don't know, maybe we can get a shot here of the sky and what it looks like here at the ballpark, but certainly not the most encouraging sign. So we'll take a look at it here on our picture camera. Yeah, that doesn't look particularly amazing. That's our view out from center field. The Plainsmen are taking shelter in their dugout for the time being as Sasquatch are remaining on the field. Rule is the road team has to bat 5 times in order for the game to be called, but that doesn't bode particularly well for the rest of this ball game. And it looks like we have a new pitcher on the mound. During that mound visit, they've switched arms. Thomas Nelson's day is done. He lasts just 2 outs. The Plainsmen are going to go for a reliever, and we'll introduce you to him when we return.
New games every month at the Lodge. We are constantly updating our gaming floor with the latest fun games to keep our guests entertained with new games every month. For the freshest selection of slot machines in town, make the Lodge at Deadwood your gaming destination. The locals' choice for gaming excitement with the newest games is the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort.
I want to shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. And she loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind.
Hey, nice try.
Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
Keegan Adams, the new pitcher. Braden Gustisha is the first guy he's going to face. Home plate umpire Coy Monroe was just talking to somebody from the Sasquatch dugout. Monroe, the home plate umpire. Scott Behan is in the field. Haven't even introduced you to the umpires with how eventful this game's been so far. A lot going on, and that's not even counting what's probably about to come, which is some weather. The clouds are moving, coming towards us. We'll see how long we can stay away from the rain. Hopefully it passes over us and maybe we can finish off this ball game. First pitch is in the dirt, scoring easily from third, and the 6th run of the game is Micah Wallette on a wild pitch. Well, the bases were loaded. Now second and third. Chance Green on second. Ryan Bachman is on first, and that run charged against Thomas Nelson, who could not get out of the first inning here today. They'll go to Keegan Adams, hopefully trying to get some outs out of him. Going against Braden Gustisha. Comes the 1-0. This is grounded foul. Ball and a strike to count on Gustisha. We're still in the bottom of the first. No, that's not a mistake in the score bug. Obviously, we are playing the Plainsmen, and we're not playing the Big Sticks. That is the only thing that is incorrect right now about the score bug. It is, in fact, 6-0, and we're still in the bottom of the first. This is in the dirt, blocked enough by Bradshaw to keep the runners put. So to this point, Sasquatch with 6 runs on 3 hits. Ryan Bachman a single, Darnell a 2-run double, and Chance Green a 2-run single. Kyle Finn had the other RBI. That was a ground out. So the only out that wasn't productive to this point was a Lane Syme pop out, who at this rate might get another at bat as the count is 3-1 on Gustisha. Seth Nelson waiting on deck. Gustisha, as mentioned, already drew a walk and came around to score. Seth Nelson did the same thing. Keegan Adams in relief of Thomas Nelson, trying to finish off this first inning. Here comes his 3-1. That's down low. It's a walk to Gustisha. The walk party in full effect right now for the Sasquatch. At this rate, maybe everybody will get a free pass. Sasquatch have loaded him up. Once again, it's Seth Nelson who's going to dig in. A lot of fans still sticking around here at the ballpark, which is great to see. Whether or not it rains, these fans came for some baseball and they're going to enjoy it. Here comes Nelson. Bases loaded, 2 away. Swinging at the first pitch, he'll foul it away. Strike 1 on Nelson. So the 2 runners out there at second and third, those are the final 2 runners that are Thomas Nelson's responsibility. This is Seth Nelson at the dish, and count as a ball and a strike on the DH. The wind is moving our center field camera all about, so apologies for that. Feel like I've mentioned wind quite a bit already in this broadcast. I'll try to refrain from this point. Here comes the 1-1. This is in the dirt. That's going to get past Bradshaw. Here comes another run in. It's Chance Green losing his helmet. In the process, he'll score from third. Everybody moves up. Bachman to third, Gestisha to second. And the Sasquatch have scored 7 here in the first. Two balls, one strike here on Seth Nelson. Dirt blowing all about in the infields. Adams nearly lost his footing on the mound. Here he comes with the 2-1. Just missing off the edge. 3 balls and a strike. Adams entered this ball game and walked Gestisha. It's the only batter he's faced to this point. In danger of walking a second to Nelson, which would load him up again. Kyle Finn is on deck. Here's the 3-1. And it's another walk. Bases are loaded once more, all because of walks. Ryan Bachman on third, Gestisha on second, and we won't get to see how this first inning ends. We only get to play 1 and not even 1, as they're going to suspend this game. We'll give you an update as soon as we can, whether this is a delay or what the situation is on the fields. But as it stands right now, as rain starts to fall from the heavens, we are going to suspend this game for the time being. Fans will flock for some cover and to the exits. The Sasquatch bring home 7 runs in the first inning. The good thing is these two teams are going to play each other quite a bit over the next stretch, so should be no trouble in making up this game in the future. Head coach Justice Scott will talk things over with Boyle. And with that being said, we're going to step aside. For now, we'll step aside. We'll just go to a Be Right Back, and you'll enjoy some music and some Be Right Back music in the meantime. As soon as we get an official word as to the situation, I'll come back on camera and update you with that. Right now, it's 7-0 Sasquatch. Rain delay in the bottom of the first inning. We'll be right back. So I'll try to be my best meteorologist for you right here, and I will for the remainder of the day if the rain persists. Right now it's coming down a little bit harder, just picked up over the last couple minutes. If you're in Spearfish, you probably know this. If you're east of us, well, it's probably headed your way. Sasquatch and the Plainsmen right now, it's in a rain delay. They have to wait at least 30 minutes until lightning. So I just saw a bolt of lightning myself right a couple minutes before I walked in here. So I assume they won't be back until maybe 30 minutes at the earliest, but it's probably trending towards a little bit longer than that, maybe closer to an hour. So the rain, I don't know how much longer it's going to last here at the ballpark. We'll update you again if they have another update for us from the field. But for now, we're in a rain delay. Will at least be 30 minutes from this point, and the Sasquatch and Plainsmen, who only got through 5 outs of this game, couldn't even finish off the first inning. We'll have the rest of the game for you hopefully here tonight. If not, they'll finish this suspended game over the next couple days. So I'm Ari Wall, your broadcaster for the Sasquatch/meteorologist for today, and I'll have another weather update for you when I come back. Well, the rain has stopped right now here at the ballpark. The sun is shining. We got a rainbow behind us here in the press box. So as it looks right now, we're going to be able to continue this game. But like I mentioned earlier, because of the lightning, they have to wait 30 minutes from the nearest bolt of lightning that's within 8 miles, I believe, is the wording I got from our owner, Eric Schmidt. So as it stands right now, we're going to stay in a rain delay, well, a lightning delay as it stands right now. The rain has stopped. We're going to get this game in, and first pitch when we return should be in about 30 to 40 minutes. So grab a drink or grab some food here for the next 30 or 40 minutes, and then we'll be back with the rest of this ball game right here on YouTube. So stick around. Thanks for sticking with us here at the ballpark, and we hope to finish out this ball game in just a bit. Welcome back here to the Spearfish Sasquatch YouTube channel. We're back and ready for some baseball as the Sasquatch and the Plainsmen, after an hour, we are getting set to resume play, and we are still in the bottom half of the first inning. We've got a pitching change as well. It was Keegan Adams who faced the final two batters, walking them both. We're going to pick things back up with the bases loaded for the Sasquatch, in case you're just joining us and missed the start of this game. Sasquatch brought home 7 runs. It was Thomas Nelson who started. He retired only 2 batters, gave up 7 runs, and the final run that's his responsibility is Ryan Bachman. He's at third. Then Keegan Adams came in as the rain started to pick up and the clouds covered us here at the ballpark. He came in and walked Gestisha and then walked Nelson. That loaded the bases, so both of those runners are his responsibility. So it's Bachman on third, Gestisha on second, Seth Nelson on first, and Kyle Finn with a little bit smaller crowd here at the ballpark, but still a ton of people hanging around, which is great to see. Ready to enjoy the rest of this baseball game. 7 runs for the Sasquatch. And Kyle Finn on a first pitch into left field. That's at the track, at the wall, out of sight. Do you believe it? After an hour, rain delay, Kyle Finn on the first pitch he sees. A grand slam. Welcome back. I hope you tuned in right at time. A grand slam for Kyle Finn. It's 11-0. Well, I don't think that's how anybody thought this game was going to pick back up. Of course, the Sasquatch had the bases loaded, and this offense had been on fire. But why not bring home 11 runs in the first inning and a grand slam from Kyle Finn? This should finally end a marathon first, and it will. Dylan Darnall flies out to center field. And as you might have heard over the PA, a first inning that took almost 2 hours is finally done. 7:50, this game started at 6:05, but we're done. So is Cade Bleeker. The Sasquatch are going to go to the bullpen the rest of the way. They lead it 11-0. We'll be back with the second inning and Julio Romero to take the over.
For the newest games is at the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort. When you're looking for the latest and greatest games, the Lodge is the place for you, as we are constantly updating our gaming floor with new and exciting games. There's always something fresh and fun at the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort, your home for the newest games.
Family Chiropractic and Sports Performance. We all take different paths in life. That's why we utilize multiple different treatments here at Peak. Our main treatment is our high-level chiropractic adjustment, but we also emphasize the use of cupping, scraping, vibration massage, trigger point therapy, and active care to promote movement, strength, mobility, and most of all, pain relief. Why travel to multiple locations when you can have total wellness under one roof? Stop in today and let's get you to your peak.
When you venture to Spearfish in the Black Hills of South Dakota, you'll find rugged hiking and biking trails, extreme rock climbs, and views that will take your breath away. Plan a Spearfish vacation and come find your adventure. Spearfish, my great place in South Dakota.
Mr. Aaron, it's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
done, and Julio Romero is into the ballgame. Look at what he's done so far this season. 4 innings pitched, 4.50 ERA, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. Cade Bleeker throws only 9 pitches in a 1-2-3 first inning, but after a super long delay and 11 runs, makes sense to pull him from the ballgame. And so it'll be Julio Romero who will take over here in the top of the second inning. It'll be 4, 5, 6 in the order. Jordan Massis, Dean Rizzo, and Kyle Whitaker, the scheduled 3 hitters. Massis will take strike 2. Count is 0-2. Massis is the beer batter here today for the fans who've stuck around here at the ballpark. Counts 0-2. Chopped. Third base side. That's over the head of Darnall and into left field. And Massis is going for 2. Throw comes into second. Bachman can't field it. It's going to get past him and into right field. Massis doesn't know where the ball is. He's going to stay put. Will go down as a double, just a chopper over the head of Darnall that he had no chance to field. So Julio Romero comes into the game, and the first batter he faces gives up a double to Jordan Massis.
Now batting for the Plainsmen, number 41, first baseman Dean Rizzo.
So now Dean Rizzo will come to the plate. Sasquatch in the first inning, 11 runs on 4 hits, punctuated by a grand slam by Kyle Finn. So Rizzo takes ball 1. There were 7 walks issued in the first inning by Plainsmen pitching. Bachman, Gestisha, Nelson all scored 2 runs in the frame, and Kyle Finn had 5 RBIs. This one's inside, that hits Dean Rizzo. Might have caught him on the hand there, and he'll take first. So Romero gives up back-to-back base runners here in the top of the second inning. Be interesting to see what head coach Justice Scott does the rest of the way. Probably treating this as if it's a start for Julio Romero. Probably hoping to get 3, maybe 4 innings out of Romero, who started last year when he was with the Sasquatch, but has been a bullpen guy since coming back a little bit into the season here in 2024. And because Cade Bleeker only threw 9 pitches, a Sasquatch starting rotation that's lost a couple guys with Easton Brooks and Jackson Renz, Bleeker could find himself starting another game this weekend, maybe even game on Sunday. I mean, he only threw 9 pitches, so certainly not like he had to work all too hard. I'm sure the adrenaline and everything leading up to the start was a little bit different. Maybe he felt a little weird in the dugout, but probably the right call to sit him out the rest of this game, considering he had to wait over an hour before he was going to get back on the fields. Counts a ball and a strike on Kyle Whitaker, 6th hole hitter for the Plainsmen. Third baseman looks at ball 2. Whitaker so far this season, this is his 7th game played. So he's played all but 1. In those games, he is 2 for 19, a 105 batting average. He has drawn 2 walks though, but 8 strikeouts as well. Romero's 2-1 is cut on and miss. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Showed you the numbers on Romero when he entered the game. 4 innings pitched, a 4.5 ERA, 2 earned runs, 1.75 whip, and 4 strikeouts to 3 walks. Two pitches foul away along the right side. Well, so I mentioned the first inning numbers and how good the Sasquatch have been in first innings entering today. They had scored 25 first inning runs in their last 14 games. So boost that a little bit. 36 first inning runs in the last 15 games, with 11 coming today. Popped up on the right side of the infield. Kyle Finn at first will make the catch. Retires Whitaker for the first out. Sam Bradshaw, the catcher, will now come to the plate, first and second. One man out. Going against Julio Romero here in the second inning. Bradshaw, this is his 4th game of the season. His first pitch misses. So far, 1 for 9 for the backstop. 111 batting average. Lone hit was a single. This is in the dirt. Chance Green can't get all of it. That'll allow Massis to advance to third on the wild pitch. Staying put at first is Dean Rizzo. Runners now in the corners with 1 away. Certainly a long way to go for the Plainsmen here today. This is a pitching staff for the Plainsmen that doesn't have a whole lot of arms. They've used quite a few position players or guys you'd expect to be position players. This is chopped to short, maybe a chance to turn 2. Coleman to second, that's 1. On to first, there's 2. A good turn by Coleman to Bachman and Finn. A double play gets the Sasquatch out of the inning with no damage done. Julio Romero, a scoreless second inning, and the Sasquatch Bats are trying to add to an 11-0 lead when we return.
Road trips are measured in miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
The locals' choice for gaming excitement is the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort. With new games arriving every month, our selection of slot machines is the freshest in town. You can always find a game with our card tables open 24 hours a day. And parking is free and easy at the Lodge, with the area's largest free parking only steps away from our front door.
Well, the bottom half of the first, this is going to sound funny, but the bottom half of the first ended so quickly. There's only 2 pitches after the rain delay. Grand slam from Kyle Finn and then a flyout from Dylan Darnall. But it ended too fast to really get to introduce the new pitcher on the mound for the Plainsmen, and that is Marcus Salazar, who primarily has been used as a hitter so far this season. 2 for 12 at the plate in 4 games played as a hitter. His only appearance before this on the mound came on June 24th against the Oahe Zap, where he faced 4 batters, went a scoreless inning, issued 1 walk, but did not allow a run in that outing. So far since coming into this game, 1 run charged to him already. That's the grand slam to Kyle Finn. So the way it shakes out, Thomas Nelson responsible for 8 runs, all of them earned across 2/3 of an inning, and Keegan Adams issued 2 walks and gave up 2 runs. Did not record an out. The infinite whip and ERA for Keegan Adams today. Now Marcus Salazar will try to work through middle portion of this game as Micah Coleman looks at strike 2. Ball 2 strikes on the shortstop Coleman. Coleman walked in the first inning. Lane Syme on deck. If he reaches base, every Sasquatch hitter will have reached base through the first 2 innings. Coleman looks at ball 2. He walked unscored in that first. So far this season, batting close to 400, 366. That average has been hovering around 400 for majority of the year. Breaking ball is lofted into center field. Brooks started back, now he's coming in, and he'll make the catch to retire Coleman. So here's Lane Syme. Syme popped out to first base in his first trip to the plate, and it's really one of only 2 outs, 2 at-bats the entire first inning that were unproductive. Kyle Finn made the first out of the first inning with an RBI ground out. Finn popped out. This is into left field. This has a chance. Going back on it is Boyle at the track. He leaps. That ball is out of sight. Or is it? I think it is. It's a home run. Lane Syme, a solo shot out to left field. The bats keep coming. Tack on another. It's 12-0. Well, there we go. Everybody's getting involved now. Lane Syme, a solo home run. It's the second home run of the day. Is that hanging slider. With a guy like Syme at the plate, can't hang those kinds of pitches, or else he'll find some space out behind the fence. He does it for the 3rd time this year. He leaves the ballpark. 3 home runs now ties him for most on the team. And how about this? 8 of 12 hits, extra bases for Lane Syme, who's raised his batting average now. Entered today 297. It's probably up above 300 now with the 1-for-2 start to this one. Ball 1 on Michael Wallette. This is in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, the Sasquatch finished off the first half of the season against the Plainsmen, and they won that game 18-3. And they scored 10 runs in the 7th inning in that game, 3 in the 8th. So if you go back to the last 4 innings, hold that thought. This is line to center. This should be the first out, or the second out, and it will be. Wallette flies out to center for out number 2. But to finish the thought, 10 runs for the Sasquatch in the 7th inning of their last game, and 3 in the 8th. So that's 13 runs. Then they've got 12 runs today. That's 25 runs over their last 4 innings. It's pretty good. Here's the 9-hole hitter, Chance Green, the catcher. Takes upstairs, ball 1. Green had a 2-run single into right field. Just a little in off the hands jam shot, but when it's going well, it's going well, and it is right now for the Sasquatch, so even that is going to fall and bring home a couple runs. 2 balls and no strikes on Green. Sasquatch sent up 15 guys to the plate in the first inning. Or 14, check that. Count 3-0 on Green. Ryan Bachman at the top of the order, who's already batted twice. He's waiting on deck. Marcus Salazar trying to finish off, all things considered, what would be a good second inning. That's a strike after giving up 11 runs in the first. Can't get much worse than that, or so you think. Home plate umpire Coy Monroe today. Scott Behan is in the field. 3-1 pitch is hit hard out to left field. Boyle going back. He's at the track. He'll make the catch. Chance Green gave it a ride out to left field, but that is the 3rd out of the inning. The Sasquatch bring home a run on a solo shot off the bat of Lane Syme. Every Sasquatch batter has reached base today or gotten a hit, and the Sasquatch will carry a 12-0 lead into the 3rd.
Spot-on teamwork saves me so much time. I haven't spent a single minute in my back office this week. Teamwork simplifies employee communications, scheduling, tip-outs, and payroll. It even syncs with my POS, so I know my data is accurate. All right, tips are out. In fact, teamwork has saved me so much time, I was able to take today off to film this.
Cut! Now remember, you really hate that back office.
Road trips are measured in miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
We appreciate you for sticking around with us here today on this wonderful Thursday night. Want to remind you as well, in case you have missed a couple of the games against the Plainsmen already, we're using the old scoreboard, Badland Big Sticks, who are no longer in the ILB, but we were unable to create the Plainsmen score bug today. We got very close, and we are very confident that tomorrow we'll have the correct score bug for you. But for today, it's going to stay as the Big Sticks one. Hopefully the last day we have that. This is the first of 4 games these two teams are going to play each other over the next 4 games. So expect to see the corrected score bug hopefully tomorrow. This is fouled away here to begin things in the top of the third. It's 8-9-1 in the order. CJ Fish, Brody Boyle, and Jackson Brooks, who will be going against Julio Romero, who's back out there. One misses outside. Game already finished in the ILB. We told you we'd keep you updated with the score, but there was no way to do so because we were in a rain delay. That game finished. The Casper Spuds beat the Oahe Zap 11-5. Meanwhile, the Nebraska Prospects and the Fremont Moo are still in action. That game's in the bottom half of the 5th inning. The Moo are leading 3-0. 3 balls and a strike on CJ Fish. Fish, we've seen him already a couple times here. This is now his 6th game played across his previous 5. 3 for 17, 176 batting average for the shortstop. That's strike 2. Count goes full. We showed you as well, if you want to scroll all the way back close to 2 hours ago, probably over 2 hours ago now, in our off-the-wall stats in our open, we showed you these two teams over their last 7 games. The Plainsmen have only played 7. And this season, the Plainsmen entering today, 177 as a team batting average. That's strike 3 on the corner. CJ Fish goes down on strikes. That's the first out. Compare that to the Sasquatch, who were batting close to .330 over their last 7 games, and a 12-0 result after 2 innings is not really too far out of the realm of what I'm sure head coach Justice Scott and the Sasquatch offense was expecting to do. I'm not sure they were expecting 12 runs, but certainly an early start for the offense, and hopefully they can keep this going over the second half of the season. 14-11 was their first half record. 9-hole hitter Brody Boyle at the dish, and he'll foul this one away. No balls and 2 strikes on Boyle, who was listed on the roster as number 22, but was outlined to us before the game. He's wearing number 30 today. Boyle, this is also his 6th game of the season, and so far this year, 176 batting average for him as well. 3 for 17. He looks at ball 1. Him and Fish, the same batting average, the same hits per at bats entering today. Batting back-to-back, 8 and 9 in the order. Romero's 1-2. This is grounded, short. Coleman will take it on a big hop, long throw, and it's in time. Good stretch by Kyle Finn at first, as it helps a little bit to have a 6'7" guy playing first base, and Kyle Finn makes the play. Good job by Coleman to retire Boyle. 2 up and 2 down for Julio Romero. This really serves as sort of an audition for Julio Romero to prove that he can be a starter down the stretch. Colin Anderson is going to leave this team in a bit, I think next week, so maybe one more start out of Anderson before he's gone for the rest of the summer. I was talking with head coach Justice Scott as he saw the numbers there for Jackson Brooks as well. One of their top bats so far, .348 batting average. That's why he's batting in the leadoff spot. Talked with head coach Justice Scott. Russell Peterson will have a spot in the rotation. Of course, Cade Bleeker will as well. Colin Anderson will for one more start before he's gone. And then it's got a couple guys coming to the team that will be here this weekend. 2 new arms. One of them, he said he hopes to see as maybe a starter, and the other will mostly be out of the bullpen. You've got Jordan Bowman here as well, who could serve as a starter. He does both hits and pitches and has been doing them both pretty well. So it'll be a bit of a puzzle for head coach Justice Scott to navigate the starting rotation. The hitting is not the problem for the Sasquatch team, as you can tell. Comes the 2-1. This is down low. 3 balls and 1 strike. Well, I don't want to read too far into this, but Patrick Rakes is throwing in the bullpen. This could be just for fun, but also in a 12-0 game. Maybe we see Patrick Rakes in this game at some point. 3-1 is fouled away. We already saw Aiden Torpy hit, which was not something that anybody had, I think, expected. He got an at-bat, a quality at-bat as well. I think he went down on strikes, unfortunately, but maybe we'll see some position players pitching in this game. Will it be Patrick Rakes? Will it be somebody else? Only time will tell. We're in the top of the third. Sasquatch 12-0. Romero misses to walk Jackson Brooks. And all things considered, when you look at Julio Romero, the way he pitches, if he can limit the walks and the hit-by pitches and have better command of the strike zone, consistent command of the strike zone, there's no reason why he can't be one of the starters down the stretch. Last year with the Sasquatch, he pitched 36 2/3 innings. He started 6 of 9 games, and he had a 5.89 ERA, but 44 strikeouts in those 36 2/3. Love to see him be in the strike zone and let the hitters beat him. This is lined to first. Dean Samuel pokes one through the hole, and he'll have a 2-out single, so a walk and a single. A little bit of a 2-out rally for the Plainsmen. First and second with 2 men out, and the DH, Luke Froelich, coming up. So Luke Froelich, fly out his first chime to the plate, so his batting average now on the season dips a little bit. He was 3 for 17, 176. That's now 3 hitters in this order that have that batting average. In fact, there is a 4th. Jordan Massis waiting on deck. Entered today with the same exact numbers, 3 for 17. Froelich, after his flyout, trying to get a base knock here and chip away at this deficit for the Plainsmen. Checks his swing, doesn't matter, it's a strike, and it's now 1-1. A lot of fans still sticking around here at the ballpark. It's ladies' night, so a lot of pink still in the stands. 1-1 is fouled away, now 1-2. We've got a lot of promotions coming up over the next stretch, so, well, of course, we have a promotion every game, but a lot of ones to look out for. Tomorrow night is fireworks night, and I think I was told by Eric that maybe there's only about 50 reserved seats left. That should be a full house tomorrow night when these two teams meet up again. 1-2, that's just inside. Plainsmen with 2 hits in this game. Massis' double in the second inning, and Dean Samuel's single just moments ago. 2-2. Chopped, short. Coleman will field and throw to first. It's offline, breaking for the plate, and scoring is Jackson Brooks as Kyle Finn couldn't turn his back and realize he was breaking for the plate. Looked like it probably should have just been a routine ground ball to get out of the inning. Turns into an E6 for Micah Coleman and first run of the game for the Plainsmen. Well, we'll see how they officially score that one. It might go down as a hit. If that's the case, that's maybe a generous hit in my books. That looks like a play that Coleman probably should have been able to make at shortstop. It could have been a routine throw over to first. Instead, the Plainsmen are on the board with still plenty of game left to play. We've seen crazier things happen. Here's Jordan Massis. 2 balls and no strikes. Patrick Rakes is still throwing in the bullpen, so what looked like it might be just a joke, I'm leaning towards Patrick Rakes actually getting into this ball game at some point, perhaps in this half inning if Romero continues to struggle. Romero set to throw his 40th pitch. Massis looks at ball 3, so now 3 balls and no strikes. Dean Rizzo on deck. In a 12-1 game, the last thing you want to do is walk batters. I'm sure Romero's not trying to walk him, but it's what he's in the process of nearly doing. 3 balls and no strikes. And that miss is low, so a 4-pitch walk to Jordan Massis, and the Plainsmen have the bases loaded. Chance Green will go out and talk with Romero. Short conversation, and Dean Rizzo will now come to the plate. Rizzo was hit by a pitch in the second inning in his first and only trip to the plate. Dean Samuel off of third, Luke Froelich second, and Jordan Massis over at first. 12-1 the score. Romero's first pitch. And hit him again, man. Tough day for Dean Rizzo at the dish. He'll get an RBI on the hit by pitch. Scoring from third is Samuel. Bases are going to remain loaded. Now it's a 12-2 ball game. And Dean Rizzo's been hit by a pitch for a second time. Third baseman Kyle Whitaker now comes to the plate. He popped out to first an inning ago against Romero. That was in the second. Just popped up foul. As mentioned a couple times, this is the first of 7 home games in a row for the Sasquatch. 7 games without rest, so you don't want to throw all your bullpen guys in one game. Of course, you can't do much about it with Cade Bleeker. No one was anticipating him only throwing 9 pitches today. This is in the air to right field. This might get down and fair. It's in the corner, and it drifts foul. Goes off the wall foul. Wallette no chance to get there in time. Wind up just a long foul ball and strike 2. Whitaker is the 8th guy to come to the plate in this inning. Sam Bradshaw, who waits on deck. If he comes to the plate, then the Plainsmen will have successfully batted around as well. Not every day you see both teams bat around and 3 innings. See if the Plainsmen can get it done. Here's Whitaker stepping out. Romero laboring through along top of the third. 2 runs in, trying to stop the damage here. Oh, 2 is popped foul. We'll do it again.
Remember to take your foul ball to the concession stand and get a Squatch puck. Brought to you by State Farm agent Jody Garcia.
You wouldn't be able to tell at range not too long ago from the way it looks here at the ballpark. It's turned into a beautiful afternoon. A little bit of wind, sun now setting. 8:24 local time. Here comes the 0-2. That's right down the middle. Strike 3, got him looking. Second strikeout of the inning. Both of them are looking, and Romero will leave the bases loaded. The Plainsmen do score twice, but they'll leave them loaded. 12-2 is the score when we come back.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
Sports medicine is everywhere you need us to be. On the sidelines to support our local athletes, at our clinic locations throughout the region, and at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us, working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever. Getting stronger, getting better, getting you back to your best self. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, here for whatever moves you.
It's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
So we're back at the top of the order. Ryan Bachman up for a 3rd time. Batted twice in the first. Nearly came up to finish off the 2nd inning. And now he'll lead things off here in the 3rd. First pitch from Salazar misses outside, ball 1. Single and a walk to this point for Bachman. He came around to score a run in both of those. So he's already got 2 runs in this game. This one's way upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. That one's not close either, so 3-0. Might be able to tell from our camera out in center field, maybe better up here in the press box with our pitcher camera. Salazar all the way on the first base side of the rubber. As his 3-0 pitch is popped up along the right side, this one is going to get foul out of play into the Sasquatch bullpen. Stands all the way over there on the right side of the rubber. A little bit funky of a stance as well, the glove offset. Holding it up right next to his face. Comes a 3-1 to Bachman. Breaking ball is left upstairs, so Bachman is aboard for a 3rd time today. That on-base percentage is only going to go up. Single, walk, and a walk for Ryan Bachman, and now it's Braden Gestisha coming to the plate. Gestisha has only walked today. In fact, both him and Seth Nelson, who's waiting behind, are both yet to have an official at-bat today in their first 2 plate appearances, 2 walks, and 2 runs scored. Gestisha would love to get an opportunity to increase that batting average and maybe get a couple hits here today. Entering today with one of the lower batting averages on the team, 150. It's just 9 for 60 today, but of course he'll take just getting on base, being productive. 329 was his on-base percentage entering today. A couple walks will get that up close to 350. Bachman, little lead at first, basically no lead. It's the 1-1 pitch is down low. Two-one pitch that just catches the outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. You have to imagine as well, in a game like this, it's already now 8:30, a game that started at 6:05. We're not yet a third of the way through this ball game in terms of innings. You have to imagine the strike zone maybe will get a little bit bigger as Gestisha swings and misses. Strikeout for Salazar. That's the first punch out for Plainsmen pitching today. You have to imagine, though, to go back to the point, the strike zone probably going to get maybe an extra ball off of the corners, maybe an extra ball high, ball low. Just, you never want to say it, but strike zone likely probably shifts a little bit in a 12-2 ball game. 1 ball, no strikes here on Seth Nelson, as mentioned earlier. 2 walks and 2 runs scored for Nelson today. Scorching hot entering today and keeping it going. Takes in the dirt. Good pick behind the plate by Bradshaw. Nelson, he's hit safely in 9 of 11 games this year. This being his 12th. He's reached base safely now in all 12. Hoping to extend that stretch of hits. Counts 3-0 with Kyle Finn on deck. Here comes the 3-0. Nelson takes ball 4. On base for a 3rd time today, all of them via the walk. Bachman will trot over to second, and Sasquatch first and second with just 1 man out, and Kyle Finn looking to build on what could be a historically good day if he does some damage here. First time up, he grounded out to second, and then we came back from a rain delay after an hour, and Kyle Finn took the first pitch he saw off of Marcus Salazar deep into left field and gone. A grand slam. Goes after the first pitch again and waves and misses. So Finn has 5 RBIs through 2 innings. The ball in the gap here could score 2 and give him maybe 7 RBIs if he can capitalize. Of course, all hypothetical. Comes the 0-1. This one is on the corner. 0-2. Walk, strikeout, and walk to begin this bottom half of the 3rd for Marcus Salazar on the mound, facing Kyle Finn. Here's the 0-2. Fouled away, and that got a piece of Bradshaw behind the dish. Home plate umpire Coy Monroe will give him some time. Tough life as a catcher, not one I envy, not one I ever envied. Interesting, Rizzo playing in front of Seth Nelson at first base. Toes on the grass over at first. Kyle Finn, mostly a pull hitter. This one's all the way to the backstop. Doesn't even catch a piece of Bradshaw. The wild pitch will advance both runners. Now second and third. I think I gave the numbers when Kyle Finn was up to the plate his first trip. Might not remember it though, since that was so long ago, but entering today, his batting average with runners in scoring position was .406. That went up thanks to a grand slam. 1-2, that's in the dirt. Count now even at 2. And Finn was one of the few guys that had, sort of everyday players that had a little bit of a down month of June compared to May. He was batting just .267 in June. Now a full count. Bachman's going to stay put at third. So a full count. Dylan Darnall is waiting on deck. There's no action right now in the Plainsmen bullpen. Salazar 36 pitches, 16 of them for strikes, so less than half have found the zone so far for Salazar. This is roped to left, but foul, as Finn just got in front of it. In danger of walking a third in this frame. Count is full. Finn grounded to third. Bachman's going to have to hold up. Whitaker will field and fire to first. Rizzo, the stretch, and he got him. Scott Behan, the field umpire, deferred the call to the home plate umpire, Coy Monroe, to make sure he had the foot on the bag. I'm not sure how much of a better view he had, but a good stretch at first base there. And that is the second out of the inning.
Now batting for the Sasquatch, number 13, Dylan Darnall.
Brings up Dylan Darnall. Darnall's had a pretty productive day as well. 2-run double as part of the 11-run first inning. And then flew out to center to end that marathon frame after the delay. Comes the 1-0. Darnall pops it up. This one's headed towards us, I think. Right in front of us. We'll see where it lands. Nearly in our booth. That might have picked up on our camera there. As that ball landed very close to us here in the press box. I almost could have reached out and maybe caught a piece of that ball. Took a bounce off the top of the press box and then landed and hit a fan right in front of us. Hoping that, of course, they are okay right in front of us. Counts a ball and a strike here on Darnall. This is inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. In the dirt, Bradshaw blocks enough of it. Bachman won't come home. No reason for him to do so. So now 3 balls and a strike on Darnall with Micah Coleman waiting on deck. Salazar trying to finish off the third. Would be the first scoreless frame for the Sasquatch. And we'll have to face another batter as he walks Darnall. He's walked the bases loaded. So it'll be Micah Coleman, the shortstop, trying to extend the frame for the Sasquatch, batting with the bases loaded. Sasquatch had the bases loaded for what seemed like most of the first inning. This is inside to Coleman. Coleman entered today, a .366 batting average, and with hits safely in 11 of 12 games. This is in the dirt. So Salazar struggling with command, as have really all the Plainsmen pitchers to this point, really to this point in the season. The Plainsmen still looking for that first win. They're not, more than likely, not going to get it today. 2-0 is down low. 3 balls, no strikes, in danger of walking in a run with Lane Syme, who's already hit a home run today, waiting on deck. "12 runs on 5 hits for the Sasquatch. That's a strike. Still not through a third of this ball game yet. Still one more out to get before we get through that mark. Coleman fouls it away, so full count. You can start the merry-go-round on the bases. Bachman from third, Nelson from second, Darnall from first. Full count, 2 outs. Micah Coleman at the dish. Runners will be going on the pitch. Here it comes. Lined, left center field, looked like a broken bat. It gets down. Bachman scores easily. So does Nelson. Going to third is Dylan Darnall. 2 more RBIs for, or check that, first RBIs of the game for Micah Coleman. 2 more runs in for the Sasquatch. 2 RBI single, and the Sasquatch now lead at 14-2. Runners on the corners with 2 away. Lane Syme digging in, as Bachman and Nelson have now scored 3 runs each here today. Lane Syme has done some damage as well. He hit a solo home run in the second inning, was looking for another one there as he waves and misses on a first pitch high. There's certainly a swing and miss aspect to Lane Syme when he's at the dish, but when you leave a ball over the heart of the plate, he doesn't like to see that ball after that. They'll go the short way to second. Whitaker throws to Samuel. That retires Coleman on the base pass and finishes off the third inning. Sasquatch bring home another 2 thanks to an RBI single by Micah Coleman, and they lead at 14-2 through 3 innings.
Health, orthopedics, and sports medicine is everywhere you need us to be. On the sidelines to support our local athletes, at our clinic locations throughout the region, and at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us, working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever. Getting stronger, getting better, getting you back to your best self. Monument Health, Orthopedics, and Sports Medicine, here for whatever moves you.
Road trips are measured in miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
So the Sasquatch bring home 2 runs on just 1 hit, as they've scored 14 runs on 6 hits through 3 innings. Headed to the 4th, it's 7, 8, 9 in the order for the Plainsmen. Sam Bradshaw, CJ Fish, and Brody Boyle. Going up against Julio Romero, who's still out there for the Sasquatch. First pitch, grounder to second. Bachman fielding on a couple hops and throw on to Finn in time. Exactly what you're looking for here if you're Sasquatch pitching is quick outs. This game was started by Cade Bleeker. He pitched the first inning, but after the rain delay, was relieved when we returned for the second. Julio Romero came in, and Romero's been pitching ever since, trying to work through a third frame. Facing the 8-hole hitter, CJ Fish now, who he struck out looking in the third inning. 2 strikeouts to this point for Julio Romero, and the Plainsmen threatened in the third inning. They loaded the bases, and they brought home 2 runs. But a strikeout to Kyle Whitaker ended the frame. They brought 8 to the plate. Couldn't tack on any more. One's in the dirt. And that one's going to hit Fish. Romero's already hit a couple batters to this point. He'll end up hitting CJ Fish. Third batter that Romero has lost the command on and hit. So a base runner with 1 away, and the 9-hole hitter Brody Boyle will come to the box. Grounded out to short. Grounded out to short back in the third inning. Boyle takes upstairs, ball 1. Give you an update as well to the only other game going on in the ILB right now, and that's the Fremont Moo and the Nebraska Prospects. The Moo are leading that one 5-1 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Fremont Moo are definitely going to be a team to look out for if you are the Sasquatch in the second half of the season. You don't want to count anybody out, but looking at the Moo and the rest of the competition, you have to assume the Oahe Zap probably struggle in the second half as they did in the first half. Gives the Sasquatch an opportunity to maybe leapfrog the Moo and find a spot in the championship series over the defending champs. This is grounded to short. They'll get 1 at second. The throw to first is late. Good play by Coleman just to get 1. As Fish is out at second. Fielder's choice for Brody Boyle. He'll reach. 2 outs and a runner aboard in the top of the order coming up. Mentioned we've got promotions coming up and a big one tomorrow. There's only a few tickets left. Tomorrow, fireworks night, June 28th. The Sasquatch and the Plainsmen are back in action. 6:05 first pitch here at the ballpark, and there's a very, very limited amount of tickets. As I speak, that number could be going down. So if you haven't already bought tickets and you were hoping to buy them at the gate, I encourage you to consider buying them online. I know we will have bleacher section open along the third base line that is usually not there, but that's going to be available tomorrow because of how many people are going to be here. So should be a great environment tomorrow night, and if the offense is playing like it is right now, then we'll see a lot of fireworks off the bats and after this game's over. 1-1 pitch is outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Jackson Brooks. Brooks flew out to left to begin the ball game as the leadoff hitter, and then he walked and came around to score in the third, so he's 0 for 1 today. Small leadoff first for Boyle. Pitch is roped into left center field. Long run for Gostisha, and he makes the play. A nice running grab out in center field by Braden Gostisha. Don't see him out there all too often, but makes a nice catch there to finish off the top of the 4th and keep the Sasquatch in a comfortable 14-2 lead.
Road trips are measured in miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
Spot on teamwork saves me so much time. I haven't spent a single minute in my back office this week. Teamwork simplifies employee communications, scheduling, tip outs, and payroll. It even syncs with my POS, so I know my data is accurate. All right, tips are out. In fact, teamwork has saved me so much time, I was able to take today off to film this.
Cut! Now remember, you really hate that back office.
Chiropractic and sports performance. We all take different paths in life. That's why we utilize multiple different treatments here at Peak. Our main treatment is our high-level chiropractic adjustment, but we also emphasize the use of cupping, scraping, vibration massage, trigger point therapy, and active care to promote movement, strength, mobility, and most of all, pain relief. Why travel to multiple locations when you can have total wellness under one roof? Stop in today and let's get you to your peak.
Micah Wallette to lead things off here in the bottom half of the fourth. It's 8-9-1 for the Sasquatch. Wallette, Green, Chance Green that is, and then Ryan Bachman at the top of the order. Salazar still out there. First pitch is in there for a strike. I believe that is a new delivery for Salazar as he's throwing sidearm now. I don't think that was what he was doing prior. Could be mistaken, but maybe trying to switch things up here in a 14-2 ball game. Fouled away. Looking like Aiden Torpy maybe for the Sasquatch. The Sasquatch actually have some really unique arm angles, which I think benefits them for their bullpen. We've got him, Torpy, Jackson Peters, Andrew Argenziano. A lot of guys who throw from a sidearm slot. Can be deceptive. Marcus Salazar trying to finish off a fourth inning. This would be the first frame the Sasquatch don't score if he can lock them down. Wallette is down on strikes as he watches a breaking ball catch the inside corner. Good looking pitch there from him. Fans come out to Star Wars night here at the ballpark. It's on June 30th. That's on Sunday, so it's a 4:05 first pitch as opposed to 6:05. Sasquatch finish off that four-game set against the Plainsmen today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, and come out for Star Wars night. Should be a fun time at the ballpark. I know we've got some costumes that are going to be here. Of course, have Chewbacca always because of our Squatch 400. Maybe some other ones as well. And you'll want to catch our broadcast as well because we will have a Star Wars opening crawl instead of our normal open. So we'll incorporate some Star Wars theme onto our broadcast. There's a chance that I dress up in costume. I won't confirm nor deny. 2-1 is just inside on Green. Check it, it was 2-0. So 3 balls and no strikes on the catcher. Every Sasquatch batter has scored a run today. Many of them with RBIs as well. Green is one of those with an RBI, 2 of them to this point. And now he walks with 1 away.
Now batting for the Sasquatch, second baseman, Ryan Bachman.
So Plainsman pitching to this point has gotten 10 outs, 3 1/3, and they have walked 11 batters. So they're averaging over a walk per out today. That's not great numbers. Bachman flies into right field. Going back on it is Massis. He'll get under it and make the play. Bachman's finally retired for the first time today. As he flies out to right field. We'll now bring up Braden Gostisha. Gostisha, a pair of walks and a strikeout, so a no contact day to this point for Gostisha. 2 runs scored. And both him and Bachman at the top of the order, batting now for a 4th time in 4 innings. There's no action right now in the Sasquatch bullpen. Expect to see Julio Romero out there again. And Salazar's going to have to take the brunt of this middle frames, I should say, as he's no action going on out there either. He's thrown 61 pitches. And I believe the pitch count maximum in the ILB is you can't exceed 110. Once you've faced a batter over, or if you start a batter at like say 108, you're allowed to finish that batter, but you can't face a new batter after 110. Salazar might just go until he reaches that limit. 2-1 is down low. Run on the corner, full count. Sky gorgeously lit, pink clouds streaking overhead here at the ballpark. Gorgeous view from Black Hills Energy Stadium. Full count, 2 outs, runner goes, and the pitch is outside. Gestisha walks again a 3rd time in 4 trips. Chance Green will go over to second. You can see the clouds on our home plate. Our camera up here in the press box. I'd have to go to every other stadium, but I'd venture to say the view from here at the ballpark, just looking out from the press box and being able to see that over top the hills, is probably among the best in the league. Blessed to be able to call South Dakota our home, our whole intern staff, from many of which out of state, calling this our home for couple months here this summer. First pitch is a strike to Seth Nelson. Well, mentioned a no contact day for Gestisha. How about 3 walks for Seth Nelson? This is some contact. That's into right center field. That's down and split in the outfielders. Scoring from second is Chance Green. Being held at third is Gestisha. RBI double for for Seth Nelson, and the Sasquatch tack on another. It's now 15-2. Doesn't get much better than that for Seth Nelson. Here comes Kyle Finn to the plate. And he will take ball 1. Sometimes there's a bit of a debate and a struggle as to figure out who will be the player of the game here for the Sasquatch, Landmark Realty Development player of the game. But today I think you could pick quite a few options and be satisfied with it. One of those guys would be Kyle Finn, who has 5 RBIs, 4 of them coming off a grand slam back in the 2nd inning. Chance to pick up a couple more with runners on 2nd and 3rd and 2 men out. Takes down low. I believe the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Gestisha standing off of 3rd. Chance Green off of 2nd. This one is outside. Scoreboard here at the ballpark says 2-2. We'll roll with that. Salazar was going off the mound when he missed on the pitch prior, so I think he thinks there's 2 strikes, which would lead me to believe that maybe there is. 2-2. This is fisted to second. That's going to take 1 hop and into the glove of Samuel, who throws to first. To retire Finn. Sasquatch bring home 1 more. A run off of Seth Nelson's RBI double, and the Sasquatch lead this one 15-2.
Spot on teamwork saves me so much time. I haven't spent a single minute in my back office this week. Teamwork simplifies employee communications, scheduling, tip outs, and payroll. It even syncs with my POS, so I know my data is accurate. All right, tips are out. In fact, teamwork has saved me so much time, I was able to take today off to film this.
Cut! Now remember, you really hate that back office.
Surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
Just admiring the view from here in the press box. So we get set now for the top of the 5th inning, hoping to have Matthew Gonzalez join us for the bottom half of the 5th. And with the way this game's going, he might not be the only player to join us. If maybe somebody's starting today, we already did that once with Ryan Bachman, who started a game and then came up here in the press box and joined us for an inning and a half. So maybe we'll do that again, see if some of the players are interested or how many would be interested in maybe hopping on, considering this game seems to be all but over at this point. 15-2, still a lot left to go, a lot of outs left to go for this pitching staff, but take quite a bit for the Plainsmen to get back in this ball game. Counts a ball and a strike on Dean Samuel, 2-hole hitter. Samuel, Froelich, and Massis. Going up against Julio Romero. This is lofted into right center field. Long run for Wallette. He's not going to get there. Drops in front of him. Second hit of the game for Dean Samuel, both of them singles, and 2 for 3 day for the second baseman, a leadoff single. Saw Micah Wallette there out in right field. It was a pleasure to have Wallette on the broadcast. I believe it was on 90s night, the final game of that homestand. We had Micah Wallette join us on the broadcast. It's always so much fun to have players on, but Wallette especially was a lot of energy, good to have on the broadcast. And if you haven't already watched, I know I mentioned it when he was up here in the booth, but if you haven't watched his mic'd up, or anybody's mic'd up for that matter, I know Jordan Bowman is wearing a GoPro today, so that video will go out on social media at some point. If you haven't watched the content that our fellow interns here have been producing, Tori Noseworthy, our social media intern, does an amazing job with the players. And if you aren't already following Sasquatch on TikTok or Instagram or any of the social media outlets, we highly encourage you to do so. So much content goes out on there that you wouldn't see otherwise, so make sure to check those out. Count is 1-2 here on Luke Froelich. Froelich flew out in the first inning, flew out to right, and then had an RBI single on a ground ball that maybe could have been fielded by Micah Coleman, but was ruled an infield single. Upstairs, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sasquatch will get some pitchers now getting loose in the bullpen. Patrick Rakes maybe will not enter this game after all. Cade Bridges and Andrew Argenziano grabbed a few balls to start throwing. This is a nice play by Darnall at third, and that gets Froelich. Good scoop there over at the hot corner as that took a high hop, but kept his glove down in the right spot to field and fire to first. Advancing to second is Dean Samuel, so he's in scoring position with 1 away, but a good play just to get the first out of the inning, and brings up now Jordan Massis. Massis has reached base both of his first 2 trips, a double and a walk to this point for the right fielder. Takes ball 1. Jordan Massis is the beer batter as well here at the ballpark, so about the only thing that hasn't gone in the Sasquatch's favor to this point is a strikeout of the beer batter. A lot of fans who stuck around, hoping to get half price on their refreshments. This is grounded to short, they won't, and they're going to get it out at third base as Coleman goes the short way. Darnall makes the tag. Samuel aggressive on the base pass, and he's retired, running with the ball hit in front of him. Massis will reach on the fielder's choice. There's 2 outs, and now the only runner on base is Jordan Massis at first. Dean Rizzo has been hit by a pitch both of his first 2 trips, both of them against Julio Romero. Lets the hands fly on that pitch and comes up empty. Second hit by pitch that came in the 3rd inning, brought home a run, so he does have an RBI today as well. Late on that pitch, and count is 0-2. Julio Romero came into this game, started in the 2nd inning, and getting set to throw his 72nd pitch of the afternoon. His 0-2 is in the dirt. Green blocks it. Hasn't been the best outing for Julio Romero, but he's able to limit the damage he left. The bases loaded in the 3rd inning. 3 2/3 so far for Romero. 4 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and 2 runs. Comes the 1-2. Fouled straight back once again. Just inside. Almost caught a piece of Rizzo for a 3rd time. That front arm of Dean Rizzo has been having to do some work here today. Been hit by a pitch twice. Grounded, first base side. Kyle Finn goes under his glove. Bachman throws to first, and Romero able to cover to get Rizzo. Plainsmen leave a runner stranded. 15-2 is the score as we head to the home half of the 5th.
Spot-on teamwork saves me so much time. I haven't spent a single minute in my back office this week. Teamwork simplifies employee communications, scheduling, tip-outs, and payroll. It even syncs with my POS, so I know my data is accurate. All right, tips are out. In fact, teamwork has saved me so much time, I was able to take today off to film this.
Cut! Now remember, you really hate that back office.
Trips are measured in miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
Back here for the bottom half of the 5th inning now. The Sasquatch leading this one 15-2. I'm up here in the booth with Matthew Gonzalez, who will join us here for the bottom half of the frame. The Sasquatch bats trying to stay hot, already with 15 runs in this ball game, and looking for more against Marcus Salazar. That's one way to start it. Hit by pitch to Dylan Darnell begins the frame, and the Sasquatch will get another runner on base without needing to get a hit. That's been the story of the game to this point. But Matthew, you're another California guy, and there's a couple of those guys on the team. I mean, Steven's a California guy. I'm a California guy, of course. So, of course, the obvious question, just to get us started, is how'd you find Spearfish? How'd you end up on this team?
Honestly, just through the college that I go to, Cal State San Bernardino. They just said, "You ever been to South Dakota?" And I was like, "No, I haven't." And they're like, "All right, well, you're gonna go." So made the 20-hour drive up here, and it's been a lot of fun so far.
Well, I've talked with a lot of the guys about just being able to be here and go out and maybe experience spearfish and experience the wildlife a little bit. You guys just had 3 days off. Were you able to do anything fun for those 3 days?
Yeah, we got to go to the lake a little bit and do some paddleboarding and stuff down there. It was pretty fun. One day we went out to Devil's Bathtub, I think, and did a little swim. So it's been cool to see the nature of South Dakota. It's been really nice so far.
Well, for you being a California guy, did you get to teach some of the guys that maybe had never done it before? Are you more experienced in that surfer mode, or
no,
is that not for you?
That's not me. I'm a little more inland, and I mean I love going to the beach, but that's just never been my thing. But Kyle, I know he's a big surfer guy, so he's showing us the ropes a little bit. Brought out a boat for us. We all took a little trip. It was cool, but not too much surfing now.
I have to say, I'm not surprised that Kyle Finn is a surfer guy with his hair. I mean, have you ever grown out your hair that long?
I have actually. That long, I don't know. That's probably tough to beat. But I had hair that was, pretty far down there, and got tired of it eventually. But went through that phase, of course, in California.
I feel you there. I mean, I have as well. I don't know about Steven. I remember I didn't cut my hair for about 6 years, so mine never got. I don't think mine was as long as Kyle's. Maybe more volume.
Maybe more a little fuller.
Either way,
got some nice San Diego beach weather hair.
Oh, absolutely. Hit by pitch and a walk here to begin the 5th inning. Lane Syme now digs in. First and
cool.
Second, nobody out. There's ball one. Well, you say this guy's cool. What can you tell us about Lane?
He's just a man of the people. He loves having a good time and hanging out and having fun with us. He asked me recently to teach him how to play some hacky sack, so I brought him in the circle a little bit. He's, struggling, but he's getting there. And but obviously, as a baseball player, that didn't hit him. He's big and strong, and he has a lot of fun and brings a lot of energy to us. So it's great having him.
Well, he brings a lot of power as well. Hit a home run already in this game, a solo shot. Seen already a couple home runs here at the ballpark. And looking at the guys on the team, I asked somebody, I don't remember who it was earlier, about sort of the other guys that you get to see as hitters. But you got Syme, Finn. I mean, a lot of guys with a lot of power. Yeah. Is there anybody who you would take, or just who would you take in a home run derby on this team? Who's hitting the most out of the yard as he gets hit by a pitch?
I'm probably taking Mr. Kyle Finn. Seeing his BP rounds, been in a group with him a couple times this summer, and he definitely hits the ball hard a lot of the time. So he's got a good launch angle, and I would take him. I would put my money on him.
Bases loaded here, still without a hit once again in this frame. I'm up here in the booth with Matthew Gonzalez here for the bottom of the 5th inning. Sasquatch a commanding 15-2 lead at this point. I want to go back. You mentioned the hacky sack playing. So when that starts, was that just somebody going, like, let's play hacky sack? I know that's a common thing across most colleges and baseball teams.
I mean,
someone just pull it out and say, let's do it?
So back at home, I mean, we play hacky sack all the time. Like our college, when we're at the airport waiting for a flight or just waiting for a bus, doing whatever, we just bring it out whenever we can. And I think it was the first trip when we were in Casper, and no one had one. So. Boy, Micah.
Look at that. In off the hands into right field for Micah Wallette. One run.
Oh, don't do it, Micah. Don't do it, Micah.
And he's going to second base, and everybody's hung up here. They're going to end up scoring 2 runs.
That plays.
It's going to be an RBI single for Micah Wallette. 2-run score. He's out at second base. Darnall and Coleman both come around. 2 more runs for the Sasquatch make it 17-2. Lane Syme goes all the way over to third. But yeah, you could finish that kind of hacky sack.
Yeah, so we went down, and I think Easton, who's not here anymore, bought a hacky sack for us, and then a couple more guys like, oh, I have one. So it kind of just became a thing that everyone really enjoys and has fun with before the game, just to mess around, get loose a little bit.
I'd love to know, I mean, if you have an opinion on it, but a lot of teams, really every sport that I can think of, ends up playing like hacky sack, or I know you guys during the rain delay playing football.
Yep.
And people generally say that baseball is the hardest sport, especially for you as a hitter.
Right.
You know, hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do in sports.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you stand on that, and where do you stand on and on sort of ranking? Are baseball players generally the best athletes in your opinion, or would you put something else about them?
I would say baseball is definitely up there. You know, there's a lot of great athletes, and there's a lot of freaks of nature. I mean, you look at a guy like Tyreek Hill, who's just like insanely agile, insanely quick. So I don't know how you would turn that athleticism compared to a baseball athleticism, but it does take a lot to be able to hit a baseball, or for a pitcher to be able to move enough to throw 90, 95, 100. It does equate to a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And for you, I mean, just for you as a personal, did you ever play any other sports growing up? How did you fall in love with baseball? How was that? What was that like when you were a kid?
You know, baseball was just born and raised. My dad put me in it when I was 3. Loved it for as long as I can remember. You know, it was always a great time to go to the field and work out or take around balls or do whatever, have a game. Like, I always just loved being here. It's my escape for most things. And but yeah, in high school I played football and was there for 4 years. Played for 4 years, and it was pretty fun. It was definitely less technical than baseball in that aspect of like athleticism. It felt simple game, you know. It's not, but like catch ball, make guy not tackle you, like.
Yeah.
But compared to hitting a slider or a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, but I liked it and it was cool. But baseball's always been 1-1 for me.
I think we're going to get a pitching change here. Salazar giving high fives on the mound. It looks like his day will be done. He will depart. When we come back, we'll have 1 out, runners on the corners. Matthew Gonzalez will stay with us here on the broadcast, and when we come back, we'll finish our conversation.
Sounds good.
New games every month at the Lodge. We are constantly updating our gaming floor with the latest fun games to keep our guests entertained with new games every month. For the freshest selection of slot machines in town, make the Lodge at Deadwood your gaming destination. The locals' choice for gaming excitement with the newest games is the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort.
It's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
Back here for the bottom half of the 5th inning. Matthew Gonzalez up here in the booth, and the top of the order, Ryan Bachman at the plate, who might have the most or the best walk-up music.
Yep.
I mean, the crowd is certainly into it. I don't know about whether it's the most hype music, but certainly the crowd gets into it. Would you say his is the best walk-up song?
Best is hard. I mean, it's an easy one to go with. You know, the claps that the fans kind of interact with, where we kind of started doing messing around with. Oh, Bobo's on deck. That's awesome.
That is Elijah Bobo on deck.
But so, you know, it's a good crowd getter. You know, it sets a tone for the day. You know, it's a good song, and crowd gets with it. It's cool.
We'll set the scene here real quick. We got Lane Syme out on third. Chance Green's over at first. New pitcher in the ball game for the Plainsmen. It's Chris Ortega. This is his first outing. He played in a couple games as a hitter. Ryan Bachman hits one in the air to left field. This will get down in front of Boyle. Scoring from third is Syme. Another run in for Ryan Bachman, who is having himself a day. 2 hits, 2 walks. First RBI of the game for him. I mean, I could ask you just an open-ended question, really, about Ryan Bachman. I mean, well, as Elijah Bobo comes to play, this will be fun to watch. But
yeah.
let's talk Ryan Bachman really quick. Obviously, like Mr. Sasquatch,
right.
the face of the team, here for a 4th year. Such a big personality. Getting to know the guys as the bullpen guys are coming over to watch this at bat.
Right.
But what's Ryan Bachman been like? What was that first appearance? I mean, obviously you, a middle infielder, you know, getting to learn from him.
Well, you know, the first thing, he's my roommate back with the host family, so I get to spend a lot of time with him. And good cut, Bobo. You know, so I get to spend a lot of time with him, hang out with him, play, mess around. So I mean, he's a great guy. He's genuine. He loves what he does, and he's always here to help people out in whatever way he can and be the best person that he can. And it's really awesome to see, honestly.
Elijah Bobo late on a pair of fastballs. See if he can make the adjustment here. The whole team locked into the at-bat. That's a good take there.
Also, side note, Ryan Bachman did shoot a 79 this weekend at Boulder Canyon. He made sure to call me and let me know about that. So shout out to him for that. It's a good day.
We'll get back to the golf question in a second. 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Elijah Bobo at the plate. Normally a reliever, setup man / closer for the Sasquatch. Behind in the count 0-2. He's worked it full. That's now twice a pitcher has worked a quality at-bat. Torpy's at-bat was a quality AB.
Torpy did have a quality at-bat.
Elijah Bobo has got one here. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Comes up empty there on the fastball for the second out. You won't be there in the dugout to give it to him now, but I'm sure you'll give it to him when he comes back.
Absolutely, man. That guy's cool.
Sasquatch are going to continue to empty the bench here. Brinkley Evans is going to pinch hit for Seth Nelson. To go back to the golf, have you been out golf? Are you a big golf guy?
I try to golf, you know, when I can, when we have an off day. We've gone out a couple times just to Boulder Canyon, and Ryan took us to some place down in Rapid that was pretty cool. Haven't performed the way I've wanted to perform, but I mean, that's typical. I'm not a great golfer, but I had a good time, so it was fun.
To that point, if you had to pick maybe a teammate to do a golfing round with, or who would you take on a golf course that would give you the most consistent solid round?
Solid round or like a fun round?
Well, we'll go both.
Okay,
solid round and then a fun round.
I would say I'd love to see Seth Nelson out there golfing. I really wonder how that would go. I wonder if he's ever opened or got a golf club in his hand, but it'd be interesting to see. But I mean, I think the consistent one now that Jackson Lorenz is gone, who was kind of the golfer of the team, that it'd have to be Bachman. We've gone out with a couple of times. He's pretty solid.
Evans takes upstairs there. 3 balls and 1 strike here on Brinkley Evans. Ben Tate is waiting on deck to pinch hit. I mean, we've got you up here in the booth. I wonder if Justice Scott is turning heads around now.
Well, he asked me, and I said, I have to go up to the booth real quick, and then I'll be back down to hop in. So.
All right, well, maybe we'll end up getting you in the ball game. I wonder in a game like this as well, as if the count goes full, is there anybody who's most likely to go up to Justice Scott and say, hey, can I pitch an inning here today as a position player?
Well, I already did that.
Oh, you already did?
Yeah, I already tried. Javi tried a little bit. I think Patty Rakes threw a pen down there earlier in front of someone.
He convinced me. I thought he was coming to the game. He was warming up for an inning.
A lot of guys who were wanting to step on the mound and stuff, but
not going to happen.
Probably not tonight. I asked one of the coaches, and they said we got enough pitchers tonight, so should just be us, or should just be them tonight.
Evans fouls it into that bullpen. The number to look out for, 26 runs is the ILB record. The Casper Spuds got 26 runs against the Oahe Zap. So you guys are close. 18 runs through 5 innings. This game, obviously, with the hour delay, a bit of everything going on so far.
Yeah, we got a chance. Depending on what time it is, we might be here till my birthday. But
is it your birthday tomorrow?
It is, yeah.
Wow, we should have had you on the broadcast tomorrow. If we
I'd come back.
Could have known that. Maybe we'll have you on tomorrow.
We'll see.
Sasquatch already with a couple more runs in this half inning. 3 more runs. They've scored in every inning. 3-2 is fouled away again.
You guys ever caught one up here?
You know what? I did a game where I was PAing for a teener tournament, and I was sitting just a few seats over, and I caught the ball right on a fly.
Oh, that's cool.
Which is like, I mean, it's a broadcaster's dream.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And
you know?
I saw that, and I was like, dang, I want to catch it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the dream come true to get a ball that you
Go
can
ball.
catch on a fly. Brinkley Evans into right center field. That's going to get down just in front of the warning track. That'll at least score 1. Scoring all the way from second is Chance Green. He'll come around, and Ryan Bachman scampers over to third. RBI double for Brinkley Evans. Pinch hit. And Sasquatch inching closer to that 26-run mark. It's now 19-2. I mean, what do you guys get up to in a game like this? Ben Tate is going to pinch hit here. Is it any different for you guys in the dugout in a game like this, or I mean, is it just more of the same?
Yes and no. I mean, either way, everyone's here to have fun. So, I mean, regardless, you're hitting, you're pitching, you're going to try your best. And, that aspect, it's pretty similar. But obviously you see things like that where we're just not taking the extra base and stuff like that to kind of keep it confined a little bit and not piss them off. But for us, I mean, we're just having fun. It's the same as every day. Come out, have the best time you can have at the field, and go home happy.
Ground ball. That's through off the bat of Ben Tate. Comes in as a pinch hitter and drives home Ryan Bachman. Throw comes all the way into third. That might have hit Brinkley Evans over there. Another run in for the Sasquatch. RBI single for Tate. Runners will be on the corners here with 2 away, and a 20 mark right now for the Sasquatch, only through 5 innings. I gotta ask you, maybe this will be further back in your brain of memories, but what is the most runs you've been a part of on either side, either on a winning side or a losing side? Do you remember any game that stands out of a massive run explosion like this? This is grounded to second. This will end the inning.
Back at home in our conference, we've had a couple ugly ones on both sides. I think Point Lomas beat us like 24-2 or something, but the next year we came out and scored 10 in the first and ended up beating them like 20 or something. So there's a lot of those games. An exact number I'm not sure of. I know a lot of 20 to zeros, 20 to something like that, but nothing in the 30 range.
Well, there's no mercy rule here in the ILB, but Sasquatch will look like they'll hold on and win this ball game. It's 20-2. We're done with 5 innings. It was a pleasure to have you up here in the booth.
Appreciate it.
Matthew Gonzalez joined us here for the home half of the 5th inning, and we're actually going to keep it here on the broadcast as we're going to get a dance between the 5th and 6th innings. So you can go enjoy this dance along with your teammates, and I'm sure make fun of these guys when it's all said and done. But stick around here as we're going to crank up some crowd noise for you and enjoy this dance.
Can I come to your house today?
Sure. I don't have anything big planned
just a giant blowout party with all the Barbies and planned choreography and a bespoke song. You should stop by.
So cool.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Okay, bye. Bye.
Watch me. Doesn't seem to matter what I do. I'm always number two. No one knows how hard I tried. I have feelings that I can't explain. Driving me insane. All my life been so polite, but I'll sleep alone tonight. 'Cause I'm just scared. Where I see love, she sees a friend. What will it take for her to see the man behind the tent? It's only me.
I'm so glad we waited out the rain. It's the Kids and Company. It's Samson.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
I wanna shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. And she loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind.
Hey, nice try.
Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
New pitcher on for the Sasquatch. It's Andrew Argenziano who will take over. 4 innings for Julio Romero. Will probably go down as the winning pitcher today. You see the numbers for Argenziano. 6 2/3 innings pitched. He's allowed 8 runs, 6 of them earned, an 8.10 ERA to this point. 9 strikeouts to 4 walks. Has also hit 4 batters as well. Some defensive changes for the Sasquatch after some of those pinch hitters. Kyle Finn replaced at first by Ben Tate. Of course, on the mound, Argenziano is in. Ryan Bachman is out at second base, and Matthew Gonzalez, who fresh off of a half inning up here in the booth. Matthew Gonzalez is now at second base, and then Nathan Harb is out in center fields. Elijah Bobo pinch hit for Gestisha, and then was replaced by Nathan Harb, who has spent some time as a hitter / fielder, so we'll see him get some action out in center fields. This pitch is fouled away. Strike 1 on Kyle Whitaker. It's Whitaker, Bradshaw, and CJ Fish. And I got to be honest, looking at my scorecard, I'm trying to keep score here in my book. It might not go well the rest of the way. I'm running out of room already as it is, and even more defensive changes does not bode well for me keeping track of what's going on. This is grounded, shortstop side. It's just past the diving Micah Coleman and into left field. Coleman remaining in the ball game. And a leadoff base hit for Kyle Whitaker here in the 6th. Also, if you are joining us now and weren't watching between the 5th and 6th innings, after that bottom of the 5th inning, we got a dance here on the fields. Some players came in and participated. Of course, Sampson was a big factor in the dance, and so feel free to go back onto the live stream and watch that dance. Dancing to some Barbie music, some anything Barbie, Dua Lipa from the Barbie movie. So on brand with Ladies Night, of course. Well worth the price of admission if the 20-2 ball game wasn't satisfactory enough. Whitaker now off of first. Sam Bradshaw who's hit the ball on the ground both of his first 2 trips. This is over the head of Chance Green behind the dish. Going to kick all the way over to the third base side. Wild pitch. Advancing Whitaker. Bradshaw grounded into a double play in the 2nd inning, 6-4-3, and then he grounded out to second in his next trip to the plate. That was back in the 4th inning. Take a look at these two sides. I mean, 20 runs scored tells the story quite a bit, but Sasquatch have had their top 5 batting spots in the order come up 5 times through 5 innings. Meanwhile, this is Bradshaw's 3rd trip to the plate. It's again over the head of Green. That's going to allow Whitaker to go to 3rd. Consecutive wild pitches for Andrew Argenziano. The last game in the ILB that was left in action was the Fremont Moo and Nebraska Prospects. Last I gave you an update, I think it was a 3 or 4 run lead for the Fremont Moo. It ended up being a 6-5 victory for the Fremont Moo. The Prospects tied the ball game with 4 runs in the top of the 8th inning, but the Moo were able to retake the lead with a run in that home half of the 8th and then hold on to close things out and win it 6-5. This game appears to be a Sasquatch victory to kick off their 2nd half of the season. 20 runs through 5 innings and still a few more left to go. Argenziano steps off here ahead of a 2-2. Argenziano struggled for the most part, just throwing strikes since coming over, I should say, to the Sasquatch. Out of Columbia University, ground ball, first base side. Tate was originally going to grab it. Now he'll retreat to the bag, let Gonzalez make the play. RBI ground out. Whitaker will score. 20-3 now as can make the football joke. Field goal on the board for the Prospects, and Bradshaw's retired.
Now batting for the Plainsmen, shortstop number 9, CJ Fish.
CJ Fish, the shortstop, now bats. Strikeout looking and a hit by pitch for Fish on the day. Upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Argenziano, I mean, mentioned him earlier with the funky arm delivery. if he can command the strike zone, he's definitely tough to hit. Tough to barrel up and hit hard, but it's all about throwing strikes, getting ahead of hitters. That's something he struggled with to this point, and something that if he can get better at, he could become one of their more trusted arms out of the bullpen. Elijah Bobo has certainly established himself in that back end, as has Aiden Torpy. Sasquatch trying to find a couple more arms that they can go to in pinch situations, and that head coach Justice Scott will feel comfortable about getting lockdown outs. Three balls and a strike. Catches the corner there, so count goes full. It's a well-located pitch there from Argenziano. Also, I don't think we got it on our broadcast, but after the top of the fifth inning, between the top and bottom half of the fifth, the middle of that frame, a lot of the Sasquatch players came out and handed out some roses to either their families or just any of the ladies out in the crowd here today for ladies' night. So this was a great day at the ballpark, still not over yet, and like Matthew Gonzalez mentioned, maybe a chance that we celebrate his birthday here at the ballpark. If this game ends past midnight, that would be the case. Fish goes down on strikes. There's 2 outs. Come out as well for our free jersey night here at the ballpark, as the Sasquatch will be here back at home when they take on Bison baseball. It's a game you won't want to miss, as we will be giving out the first 500 fans with a food donation of 3 cans or more to benefit our local food pantry courtesy of Farmers Union Insurance. You will get a free jersey, and of course, if you want to get the jersey that is your correct size, you'd have to get here early. So expect to come to the ballpark a little bit earlier that day. Bring some canned food donation. Great way to bring home some food, do some charitable work, and also get a free jersey out of it. Support the Sasquatch and support local food pantry. 0-2 on Brody Boyle, 9-hole hitter. That's way outside. Boyle a ground out to short and reaching on a fielder's choice. Those were his first 2 trips. Last guy to come to the plate for a 3rd time for this Plainsmen team. Comes the 1-2. That one just misses upstairs. Plainsmen brought home a pair of runs in the 3rd inning. Their only other run came earlier this frame. Been held scoreless the rest of the way. 2-2. This is in the air to right field. That's going to go foul out of play. That's on the outside corner, strike 3. So run comes in to score off of Andrew Argenziano, but only one. He finishes off the frame with a couple of strikeouts. Sasquatch lead it 20-3 when we return.
Do you know the locals' choice for gaming excitement? It's the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort. With new games arriving every month, our selection of slot machines is the freshest in town. You can always find a game with our card tables open 24 hours a day. And parking is free and easy at the Lodge, with the area's largest free parking only steps away from our front door. Enjoy spacious and comfortable gaming at the Lodge at Deadwood, the locals' choice.
Medicine is everywhere you need us to be, on the sidelines to support our local athletes, at our clinic locations throughout the region, and at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us, working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever, getting stronger, getting better, getting you back to your best self. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, here for whatever moves you.
Bottom of the sixth, 20-3 is our score, and Micah Coleman will lead things off as we see if the Sasquatch are going to go back to the bench a couple times in this frame for some pinch hitters. Coleman stays in the game and grounds to third. The throw to first is not in time as Rizzo couldn't keep his foot on the bag. Single for Micah Coleman. See who is set to bat here was Lane Syme. We'll tell you who it is in just a moment. Come out to First Responders Night here at the ballpark as the Sasquatch take on the Nebraska Prospects. First pitch at 6:05 on July 1st. First responders receive 50% off admission when you show your badge at the box office. Going back to the pitchers, are we? Cade Bridges steps up to the box here in replacement of Lane Syme. I mean, it feels like this game is in the 8th inning or 9th inning. I mean, this is the bottom half of the 6th. There's still quite a bit of baseball left to be played in this game. And I can't say it's moving along any faster. Bridges looks at that pitch on the corner. 2 balls and a strike. I think it's Matthew Gonzalez who's standing on deck. No, it's not. It's Micah Wallet's spot. Mike Gonzalez is already in the game. This is grounded to second. They'll throw to second for 1. On to first. It's not in time. Fielder's choice for Cade Bridges. He reaches base. Coleman is retired at second. We'll see if Wallet will bat for himself. He will. So Bridges is going to have to run now as well for a pitcher. He's out at first base. Micah Wallet, one of the few players who have hit for themselves over the past couple frames. Wallet will look at strike 1. If you're still sticking with us here at the ballpark here on the Spearfish Sasquatch YouTube channel, we thank you so much for enjoying some baseball with us. Oh, 1 is fouled away. The 9-hole Chance Green is due up next, but Jake Dempsey is set to pinch hit in the spot of Chance Green. Count 0-2 here on Wallet. Misses upstairs, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Coleman dances out of the way of that one. This is foul away. Sasquatch brought home 11 runs in the first inning. They've scored in every frame. 20 runs on 12 hits. Plainsmen pitchers have walked 14. This is into left field. That's a base hit for Micah Wallet. drops in front of Boyle out in left, and Wallette has his second hit of the ball game. Makes it first and second here with one away. And it is Jake Dempsey who is pinch hitting here in the 9-hole. So of the starters, Dylan Darnall, Micah Coleman, and Micah Wallette are the only three who are left in the ball game. Cade Bridges will be replaced as well. He can't play left field, or at least I don't think he can. Pitch misses out, or catches the corner. Strike one to Jake Dempsey. Swing and a miss now, 0-2. Blake Bolin is our game changer operator, our amazing baseball ops intern, so I'm sure he's having himself a fun day working game changer today with all these defensive and pinch hitting substitutions. Dempsey stays alive to foul it off. I have to look through how many guys have gotten into this ball game as you see what Jake Dempsey has done so far this season. Pitched once, and then ever since then he's sort of served as a utility backup catcher role with Ackerman, Brinkley Evans, Chance Green, and now Jake Dempsey all being able to serve as backstops. Good luxury to have four of those guys. At the start of the year, they only had the two. It was Brinkley Evans and Chance Green who were doing all the catching, alternating days. Good to get those guys off their feet for more than just one day at a time. Ball and 2 strikes. Matthew Gonzalez, who's the new second baseman, replaced Ryan Bachman. He's waiting on deck. Pitch is fouled straight back. Salazar still out there. Or check that, it's Ortega who's still out there for the Plainsmen. Took over from Salazar, and Ortega's now thrown 40 pitches in this game. Lined, base hit, right center field. They will send Cade Bridges. He will score, and going to third is Wallette in there with a slide. RBI single, Jake Dempsey, 21-3. Was told by our owner, Eric Schmidt, 26 runs is the franchise record. Sasquatch once scored 26 runs in a ball game, so if they can get 26, maybe close to 30, that would certainly establish a new franchise record and maybe one that'll stay for some time as Gonzalez pops out to shallow left fields, caught by the shortstop CJ Fish for second out. So this is Nathan Harb, the center fielder, who normally serves as a pitcher. Batting here for his first at-bat of the summer. Runners on the corners, the Sasquatch have once again scored. It's 21-3. 3 touchdowns for the Sasquatch, a field goal to this point for the Plainsmen. And this spot in the order for the Sasquatch is now the count's 2-0. These top 2 spots have come up 6 times. We are in the 6th inning, so not all too often you see a spot come up 6 times in a whole ball game, but as it's trending right now, there might be a chance that that leadoff spot comes up 8, maybe 7 at least times today. 2-1, that's hammered into left field. Back on it's going Boyle on the track, out the wall, he leaps. That ball is out of sight. A 3-run home run for Nathan Harb. The pitcher hits one out. And the Sasquatch bring home 3 more, courtesy of a 3-run shot by Nathan Harb. How about that? Might be seeing him get a little bit more playing time if he swings like that. A 3-run shot for Nathan Harb. Two-way player gets the job done. A 3-run shot with 2 away. And Nathan Harb hits one out here and extends the lead. Counts a ball and no strikes on Brinkley Evans, who takes upstairs. Evans came into the game pinch hitting for Seth Nelson. Nelson had 3 walks and an RBI double today. Brinkley Evans has an RBI double himself in his lone trip to the plate. Foul away. We're still in the bottom of the 6th. Plenty of time left in this ball game. This is into left field. There's a base hit for Brinkley Evans. 2-out single. Keeps the inning alive, and that'll bring up the 9th man in this frame, as it's Ben Tate. And in the on-deck circle comes Cole Krieber, as he would appear to be ready to pinch hit in place of Dylan Darnall if this inning continues. Tate was at a bunt. It's over to the right side. He's going to reach. The flip to first is not in time. It gets away. Nobody's going to advance. And Tate with a infield single. Runners on first and second, and the Sasquatch have batted around. They're bringing up a 10th man to the plate. It's a new one, as it's Cole Krieber who's coming up. Krieber will get an opportunity to bat here in the home half of the 6th. He'll replace Dylan Darnall. That one nearly hits him. That's one way to be welcome into the box. Well, the bar's set pretty high now. You've got Nathan Harb hitting a 3-run home run. Krieber with a healthy hack fouls it away. Good looking swing for the pitcher, Cole Krieber. He's 5'8", 175 out of Whitman College. Opportunity with first and second and 2 away. This is looped into center field. That's a base hit. Would you believe it? A single for Cole Krieber. Why not? The bases are loaded. 3 straight singles after the 3-run homer. And now you've got Micah Coleman digging back in. Meeting here between Bradshaw and Ortega. As the Sasquatch offense relentless even when they go to the pitchers. These guys are getting hits. 24 runs on 18 hits. Micah Coleman will bat once again. Only the Micahs, Micah Coleman and Micah Wallett, are the only 2 guys who haven't been pinch hit for here today. Takes ball 1. Coleman thus far has a pair of walks. He's scored a pair of runs. Also drove in 2 with an RBI single in the 3rd. So he's 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs and 2 runs scored. Count even here on the shortstop, Coleman. Cade Bridges is back in the on-deck circle. I don't think he thought he was going to get 2 at-bats in this game, but he very well might. 1-1 fly ball right field. This should end the inning. Drifting over is Massis. He makes the catch. Sasquatch bring home 3 runs, courtesy of a 4 runs. No. Yes, 3 runs, courtesy of a 3-run home run by Nathan Harb. I'm sorry, my scorebook is all over the place. Either way, one thing's for certain, that's the Sasquatch are in the lead. It's 24-3 when we come back.
My favorite thing about Macero's, it's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
Locals' choice for gaming excitement is the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort. With new games arriving every month, our selection of slot machines is the freshest in town. You can always find a game with our card tables open 24 hours a day. And parking is free and easy at the Lodge, with the area's largest free parking only steps away from our front door. Enjoy spacious and comfortable gaming at the Lodge at Deadwood, the locals' choice.
Andrew Argenziano is back out on the bump. See how much longer into this game he works. He misses on a first pitch to Jackson Brooks, the top of the order for the Plainsmen. It's Brooks, then Dean Samuel, and Luke Froelich coming up here against Argenziano. The Sasquatch have made a couple more defensive changes. Cade Bridges is staying in the game, and he's playing left field. And Danny Cook is replacing Dylan Darnall over at third. Dempsey stays in the game to catch. So if you're keeping track, the only two left in the ballgame that started are Micah Coleman at short and Micah Wallett in right. This is chopped towards one of those guys. Coleman at short coming in. Throw to first. That's in time. Brooks is retired on the ground ball, first out of the 7th inning. 8 more outs left to go for the Sasquatch pitching staff. 2 runs from tying the franchise record and tying what the Casper Spuds did this year against the Oahe Zap, putting up 26 runs. Part of me hopes they could get to the 30 mark, a mark that has not been reached yet in the ILB as far as anybody's aware. This is fouled away and on the hands of Dean Samuel, who has a couple hits today. The Plainsmen only have 5 hits, and Samuel has 2 of them. He grounded out his first trip and then a pair of singles. Came around to score a run in the 3rd inning. 2 runs for the Plainsmen in the 3rd, 1 run in the top of the 6th. That came off of Argenziano. Sasquatch, it would take too long to tell you when they scored. You'd probably forget by the time I get to the 6th inning. So they've scored in every inning. 11 of those came in the 1st inning when they set the tone. That's when we had an hour-long rain delay in the middle of it, which feels like it was almost a different day at this point with how long this game's been going on. It's got a delay, grand slam, pitcher home run. Last thing left is position players pitching, but as Matthew Gonzalez said, maybe we won't get that today. We'll see. 1-2, this is through the right side, and Dean Samuel having himself a nice day, something to take positive if you're a Plainsman fan. He's got 3 singles today. 3 for 4 day for the second baseman. As he slaps one through the right side. Luke Froelich will now come to the box. Swing and a miss, ball and a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Froelich today, a fly out to right. Also had an RBI single, that was in the 3rd, and grounded out to 3rd as well. 1 for 3 day for Froelich. 2-2, swing and a miss. Argenziano gets Froelich down on strikes. 3rd strikeout of the game for Andrew Argenziano. 2nd out of the inning.
Now batting for the Plainsmen, it's our beer batter one more time, Jordan Massis.
Massis fouls the first pitch away along the left side. Massis, that's up the middle, base hit. 2nd hit of the game for Jordan Massis. He's aboard for a 3rd time, and he's going to try to advance to 2nd. The throw comes in. He's safe. Looks like that'll go down, I guess, as a double, as the center fielder Nathan Harb was slow to get to the ball. Massis slides in safely at 2nd base. Not sure anyone was expecting that in a 24-3 ball game. Nathan Harb certainly wasn't out in the center.
Number 41, Dean Rizzo.
They're actually going to score that a single and an error. Going against Nathan Harb out in center. First error committed by either team, which is a bit surprising considering the score and the amount of balls put in play, the amount of pitches we've seen. Nothing in 1 on Dean Rizzo. 2-0. Or 1-1, I should say. Rizzo, a couple hit by pitches today and a ground out. Seen Rizzo pitch as well in this, not in this series specifically, but the series prior when these two teams met. 1-1 is fouled away. Looking ahead to the Sasquatches, really the rest of their season. They've got these 4 games against the Plainsmen today until Sunday. Then they welcome the Nebraska Prospects for 3 games. That's the final of this 7-game homestand. They go to Hastings for 3 games before coming back home for 5 games against Bison Baseball. On the road for 4 in Milwaukee. Milwaukee comes here for 1 game, and then they finish off with 4 against Casper and 3 against Fremont. And how about that? Dean Rizzo is hit by a pitch. Once again, Andrew Argenziano upset that he might have leaned into it, but either way, Rizzo is hit for a 3rd time. All of them, or check that, 2 of them by Julio Romero. That last one by Argenziano. The bases are going to be loaded now with 2 away. And this is Kyle Whitaker's spot in the order. Whitaker, a pop out, a strikeout, and a single. Also scored the lone run for the Plainsmen in the 6th inning. But going back to that schedule for the Sasquatch, I mean, you circle the games on the calendar that you're really worried about in terms of, you know, those are the series that you have to win. You've got these 4 games against the Plainsmen. Ideally, you're able to go 4-0 over this stretch. This first pitch is going to clip Whitaker. Hit by a pitch. He'll come around to score and run in for the Plainsmen. Dean Samuel will come home. Everybody else goes up 90 feet, back-to-back hit by pitches, an RBI for Whitaker. Got these 4 against the Plainsmen. Ideally, you go 4-0. The Prospects are a team that's been scuffling a little bit so far this season. Maybe you can win some of those games in that 3-game set. Start the second half strong. Hastings, of course, a tougher team. The Bison Baseball, we haven't seen them yet. Don't know what to expect from them. And then you've got to stretch 5 games against the Milwaukee Zap. Games you got to circle. Those are games you have to win against a team that plays the Sasquatch pretty good so far this season. And then to finish off the season, they've got the Casper Spuds and the Fremont Moo, probably their 2 toughest series to finish things off. And I think the hope would be is have the best record at that point and give yourself an opportunity to clinch in one of those games against the Spuds and Moo. Spuds certainly aren't backing down, though. They finished off the first half, were able to win, and they have not slowed down. They are 20-4 on the season. They've won 10 in a row. Fremont Moo have now won 6 in a row as well. This is all the way back to the backstop. Thought about it for a moment over at third, Massis, but he'll stay there. Jordan Massis is over at third. Dean Rizzo at second. Kyle Whitaker is at first. 1 run in this frame for the Plainsmen, who trailed things now 24-4. Pitch upstairs, 3-1. Argenziano, you can't say he's had his best stuff today. He's issued a couple walks and actually hasn't issued a walk, but a couple hit by pitches and given up a couple hits to this point. Well, now he has issued a walk. That's the first real walk issued by Andrew Argenziano. It'll be an RBI for Sam Bradshaw. Everybody moves up, and scoring is Massis. Second run in this frame. Argenziano, the third pitcher used today for the Sasquatch. Bleeker pitched the top of the first. 9 pitches, went 3 up, 3 down, and then was taken out after the delay. Julio Romero went 4 innings. He gave up 2 runs. He'll probably get the win. And Argenziano so far, this is now his second inning of work. He's pitched an inning and 2/3, trying to finish off 2. 3 runs already in, all of them earned. A walk, 3 strikeouts, and 3 hits. A couple hit by pitches as well, both in this frame. 0-1 is the count to CJ Fish. Now 1-1, struck out twice so far for Fish. Struck out looking in the third, was hit by a pitch in the fourth, and then struck out swinging against Argenziano an inning ago. This is not CJ Fish. Scratch that. Just notice the change in number at the plate goes around on that one. This is number 14, not number 9. So the Plainsmen go into their bench for a pinch hitter here, as it is Andrew Cuff batting. And he looks at strike 3. Well, different batter, but the same result for that spot in the order, as Andrew Cuff goes down on strikes. Argenziano leaves the bases loaded. 2 runs in for the Plainsmen. They've cut it to 24-6, but Sasquatch still commanding lead.
Health, orthopedics, and sports medicine is everywhere you need us to be. On the sidelines to support our local athletes, at our clinic locations throughout the region, and at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us, working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever. Getting stronger, getting better, getting you back to your best self. Monument Health, Orthopedics, and Sports Medicine, here for whatever moves you.
Surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
Bottom of the 7th. Cade Bridges, the left fielder, will lead things off. He chops one off the plate and towards the mound. It's fielded by Ortega, the throw to first in time. 1 pitch, 1 out. Bottom third of the order, it's Bridges, Wallett, Dempsey. At least it was supposed to be Wallett. Looks like we're getting Aiden Torpy once again, a chance to redeem himself.
Now batting for the Sasquatch, another pitcher from Australia, number 26, Aiden Torpy.
Torpy looks at ball 1. We'll actually have a stat on Aiden Torpy now because he has had an at-bat. He's 0 for 1 so far this season. It was a quality at-bat, but he went down on strikes. Fouls this one away. Tone has been set, though, because of Nathan Harb. A 3-run home run. Pitchers are not easy outs. At least not all of them. Cole Krieber got a hit as well. Torpy with some good contact, fouls it away. Torpy's been one of the Sasquatch's best arms out of the bullpen. We'll probably see him at some point. Not today, of course, but you'll see him soon enough. He grounds one up the middle. Base hit for Aiden Torpy. Gets the job done in his pinch hit at bat. Why not get everybody involved in the hit parade, even the guys coming in for just one AB. Being a part of this offense today, I'm sure the Sasquatch will have some fun after this ball game is over, celebrating this win, and deservedly so. 24 runs now on 19 hits. Dempsey flies one to left field. Drifting over from center is Brooks. The left fielder Boyle will make the catch. 2 outs now in the frame. Back to the top of the order, Matthew Gonzalez, who came in as a pinch hitter for Ryan Bachman. He came in defensively as well. Playing second base. We had him on for the bottom half of the 5th inning. It was a pleasure to talk to Bachman, another California guy. And as pointed out, yes, he is batting lefty here. Stephen Hogenkamp, our video production intern. Matthew Gonzalez is a righty. Or at least normally is a righty, but today he's batting lefty. Why not try some new things in a 24-6 ball game? Maybe he'll. Anthony Rendon hit a home run lefty. Count is 1-1. Gonzalez not a lot of power at the plate, so that would be rare, but hey, we've seen a lot of things happen already in this ball game. Not counting anything out. This one's chopped in front of the mound. Ortega will give way to Bradshaw. The throw to first goes into right field. Gonzalez is going to get to second. Torpy will advance to third. See how they officially score that one. It'll go down as an error. Maybe a hit and an error. We'll see what the official scoring is in just a moment. Either way, it's going to be first and second. And Nathan Harb might be earning himself a player of the game opportunity. It's going to be just an error, E2 on Salazar there. That allows Gonzalez to reach and go to second. So second and third, 2 men out, and Nathan Harb at the dish. Heard from the Sasquatch bench, hit another one. 3-run shot for Harb, his first trip to the plate. This is hit into left center field. That might get down. It will. Nathan Harb, he's going to have 5 RBIs as 2 runs come in to score. A homer and a double for Nathan Harb. Have yourself a day, Nathan Harb. Don't think when he came to the ballpark he was expecting to have this big of an impact as a hitter, but he's getting it done. Maybe a future for him with some more opportunities at the plate. Who knows? Brinkley Evans at the dish, cuts on and misses on that one. 2 more runs in for the Sasquatch. You didn't think they were going to go an inning without scoring, did you? They've now tied franchise mark, 26 runs scored. And the next run they score would break the franchise record for runs in a game. Currently sitting at 26. They've got the end of this inning and the 8th to try to break that mark. Evans is locked up on the breaking ball. He'll go down on strikes. Looking, that will end the 7th inning. Sasquatch bring home another couple runs, courtesy of Nathan Harb. 26-5 is the score.
For the newest games is at the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort. When you're looking for the latest and greatest games, the Lodge is the place for you, as we are constantly updating our gaming floor with new and exciting games. There's always something fresh and fun at the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort, your home for the newest games.
Road trips are measured in miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
Sports medicine is everywhere you need us to be, on the sidelines to support our local athletes, at our clinic locations throughout the region, and at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us, working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever, getting stronger, getting better, getting you back to your best self. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, here for whatever moves you.
It's hard to tell from here, but Aiden Torpy might be staying in the game to play right fields. I think he is for right now. Argenziano's first pitch is inside. (9-1-2) for the Plainsmen. Brody Boyle, Jackson Brooks, and Dean Samuel to come to the plate against Andrew Argenziano, who just threw his 50th pitch of the ball game. Might be able to finish this one out. Save the Sasquatch from using anybody else the back end of this ball game. In a 28-5 game, you wouldn't expect the Sasquatch to only have to go through 3 arms, but could be the case, especially when your start only goes 1 inning. Romero and Argenziano might split the final 8. There's another hit by pitch, as Boyle's frustrated with that. Throws the bat away. He's going to reach on a hit by pitch to begin things in the 8th. Jackson Brooks now digs in from the left side of the plate. Leadoff hitter, up for a 5th time. Checks his swing and takes strike 1. Appreciate you for sticking with us here at the ballpark. So we've been live close to 4.5, maybe even more hours now here. Sticking with us through the rain delay, lightning delay. 26 runs on the board, and hoping the Sasquatch can bring home some history here tonight. 26 runs on the board, and they'll have 3 outs to get to that 27th run and set a new franchise and ILB record. One-two swing and a miss. Argenziano with a strikeout. 5th punch out of the game for Andrew Argenziano. 1 away.
Now batting for the Plainsmen, number 1, Dean Samuel.
Dean Samuel having himself quite a good day. 3 hits in this ballgame. Wild pitch is going to allow Boyle to go to second. Samuel grounded out in his first trip to the plate, and then 3 singles past that point. Also came home and scored 2 runs. .10 finds the zone now. Count even. See who comes out for the Plainsmen in the 9th inning. It'll probably be Ortega, who's thrown 71 pitches to this point. Nobody getting loose in the Plainsmen bullpen right now. .2-1 is fouled away. 5 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error for the Plainsmen. 26 runs on 20 hits and 1 error for the Sasquatch. And as I mentioned earlier in this game, they're coming off putting up a big game against the Plainsmen, scoring 18 runs in that win, 18-3. So let's see if my math serves me well. I believe that's 44 runs over their last 2 games, 18 plus 26. I hope that's right. I think that's right. Full count. My math is used for baseball analytics at this point. That's upstairs. So a walk to Samuel. First and second, 1 away. Luke Froelich will bat. 5th trip to the plate for the DH. He takes ball 1. Looking out into the bullpen, I remember Matthew Gonzalez said, I think he and Javier Marcial asked to throw bullpens. I think that's who's warming up right now, Marcial, but we saw Patrick Rakes earlier in the game, and Matthew Gonzalez said that head coach Justice Scott was not really entertaining the idea of a position player pitching, so perhaps just for fun for Marcial out there. Won't likely see him in this ball game. 3 balls and no strikes as Argenziano losing the zone a little bit here against Froelich. 3 straight balls after a walk to Samuel. Catches the corner there. Looking ahead to the Plainsmen schedule after this 4 games in Spearfish, there only have a few more games left on the schedule. Short season for the Plainsmen as he will walk Froelich now. The bases are loaded after a hit by pitch and a pair of walks here in this 8th inning. But looking ahead to how the Plainsmen will finish out their season, they've got these 4. Then they go to Hastings for 2 games, the 1st and the 2nd of July, and 4 against the Fremont Moo, 4th through the 7th. And that is the end of the season for the Plainsmen, who hope to at least get 1 win on this schedule. They're 0-7 to this point, will fall to 0-8 after today. Sasquatch will improve to 15-11, and they'll also improve to 1-0 in the second half. 1-0. Center fields. Drifting over is Harb. He'll make the catch in the gap. Runner from third will tag. That's Brody Boyle who will score. Sacrifice fly by Jordan Massis, who's had a very productive day. Brings home a run here in this 8th inning. That's the 2nd out of the inning. Other 2 runners will hold, and 6 runs on the board now. See if they can tack on an extra point here in the 8th. Dean Rizzo to bat. You look at ball 1. Rizzo in 4 trips has been hit by a pitch 3 times. Sasquatch pitchers have not issued too many walks, but they have hit a couple batters. 1-0 fouled off as Rizzo was late on the fastball, just skipped just to the right of the first base bag. This game began at 6:05 local time. It's now 10:30 here after an hour delay and a long day of offense. As these two teams in a long battle here on this Thursday night. As we told you earlier, Friday night, tomorrow night, fireworks night at the ballpark. Should be an exciting one, and will be a packed crowd here at the stadium. Yeah, it'll be a little bit colder tomorrow. A little bit colder. It'll be a lot colder. The weather today was warm. High of 89 today, but tomorrow high of 76, as I'll go back into my meteorologist mode for you. 74 degrees is projected at first pitch with some wind. Going to be colder tomorrow and cold as well on Saturday before we get back to a high of 93 on Sunday. That's what we're looking forward to on tap. Bases loaded, merry-go-round again as this one's grounded off the glove maybe of Argenziano. Plenty of time for Gonzalez at second to throw out Rizzo and end the frame. One run home for the Plainsmen in the 8th, but they leave him loaded once again. Sasquatch looking to make history here when we return.
I wanna shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. And she loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind.
Hey, nice play.
Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
Jackson Peters pinch hitting to lead off the 8th, and he'll look at ball 1. Peters will lead things off out of the cleanup spot in the order that was originally Kyle Finn, who had 5 RBIs and 4 at-bats today. 4 of them coming off a grand slam. Peters gets into one to right, but will be playable for Massis for the first out. We're trying to keep track of how everybody's doing today. I wish you the best of luck. Looking at my scorecard, there's only about 6 or 7 spots that haven't been marked down. Everything else is full of pencil here today, as you would expect in a 26-run game. Sasquatch trying to make history. They've got 2 outs to go. Danny Cook gets his first at-bat of the game. This was Dylan Darnall's spot in the order, the 5th hole. Ground ball, short, and it's bobbled. Cook running hard down the line. He's going to reach on the error. So there is that record-breaking run now on base. In case you're just joining or maybe don't know exactly what I'm talking about, the Sasquatch record for runs in a game is 26, as is the ILB record, which the Casper Spuds tied in a game against the Milwaukee Zap earlier this year. And Micah Coleman's spot in the order was due up, but Sam Patton is going to pinch hit. First time we're seeing him this year. I would assume he just came to the team. Cuts on and misses there. So finally Coleman's day is done. He was the last starter to remain in the game for as long as he did. Patton looks at ball 2. Now 3-1. All things considered, if you're the Plainsmen, you're happy with the amount of arms you've used today. You haven't had to go through the whole bullpen as Patton pops it up on the right side. Rizzo will make the catch. Second out of the inning. Looking at the Plainsmen, though, I mean, Nelson started this game off. He only faced 2 batters, gave up 8 runs. Adams came in, walked a pair, and then the rain delay didn't come back in the game. Salazar came in, pitched 3 2/3, and Ortega has pitched 3 1/3. 80 pitches for Ortega to this point. Colin Anderson is going to take ball 1. The bench wanted it to hit him. We got ice. This was Lane Symes' spot, the left fielder. Grounded. This ball is foul, just barely. Lane Symes, the left fielder, batting 7th today in the order. He was then replaced by Cade Bridges, who continued to play left field. Maybe that'll be the case for Colin Anderson. So look at who's left in this ball game. Aiden Torpy. The outfield right now is Torpy, Harb, and Bridges. The infield, you've got Cook. Just had Sam Patton pinch hit for Coleman. And now you got Colin Anderson in the game as they check in over at Cook at first. The pitchers who've had at-bats today, if you're keeping track, Elijah Bobo got an at-bat. So did Nathan Harb, although can't even really consider him a pitcher. He had a 3-run homer and an RBI double. Jackson Peters hit. Cole Krieber hit. Cade Bridges, now Colin Anderson, and Aiden Torpy all got at-bats today. The Sasquatch will not break the record, only tie it. They bring home 26 runs across 8 innings, and barring a 20-run comeback here in the 9th, that's their last chance to hit. 3 more outs to go for the pitching staff as they'll try to lock this one down and secure their first win of the second half of the season. We'll see how it fares when we come back. The Sasquatch 400, though, in the meantime, so enjoy.
Road trips are measured in miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
Spot-on teamwork saves me so much time, I haven't spent a single minute in my back office this week. Teamwork simplifies employee communications, scheduling, tip-outs, and payroll. It even syncs with my POS, so I know my data is accurate. All right, tips are out. In fact, teamwork has saved me so much time, I was able to take today off to film this.
Cut! Now remember, you really hate that back office.
So Andrew Argenziano pitches some bulk innings for the Sasquatch as he goes 75 pitches across 3 innings. Gives up 4 runs, and now they'll turn the ball over. It'll be Javier Marcial who is on the bump right now for the Sasquatch, and I gotta be honest, I don't even know half the defense who's playing behind him. Jackson Peters just trotted over to first. I'll try to update you here. Peters is over at first. Gonzalez is at second. No, he's not. Gonzalez is at short. Danny Cook's at third, and I don't even know who's at second base right now. I'm going to assume it's probably another, or yeah, it's Sam Patton in the ballgame. Javier Marcial, first pitch. Hits Kyle Whitaker. The bench encouraging Javier Marcial here to get the final 3 outs of this game. Another pinch hitter into the ball game. This time for the Plainsmen, it'll be number 21. I'll give you who they are in a second. It is Owen Kelly. He's pinch hitting for the catcher, Sam Bradshaw. Runner goes. It's down low. He's still pitching out of the windup, despite a runner on base. Well, that was out of the stretch. Just didn't hold the runner on. There we go. Blows the fastball by him. Count is 1-1. 90 miles an hour for Javier Marcial. Paint on the corner, 1-2. Sasquatch are looking for a new starter. What about Javier Marcial? Here's the 1-2. Whew. Strikeout swinging, Javier Marcial. I mean, the most effective reliever gets the win if the starter doesn't go 5 innings. Looking pretty effective right now, Javier Marcial. There's a strikeout of Owen Kelly. Now it's Andrew Cuff. Whew. Okay, when did this happen? Javier Marcial. What was that, a slider after 90 miles an hour on the fastball? Just drops that in there. Comes the 0-1. Outside, 1-1. He came into this game, what was he throwing? Maybe low 60s. Hit by pitch to Whitaker and then turned on the gas with some 90-mile-an-hour heat. That one a little bit softer, but still in there for a strike, 1-2. See what he tries here. Go back to the slider. Well, he tried. He nearly hit Andrew Cuff. Lost the handle on it. Marcial, I mean, he's just one of the most fun guys on the team. We've had him on the broadcast a couple times. He's such a great personality. And this, he drills Cuff with close to 90 there. That's not going to feel great. Another hit by pitch as Marcial is apologizing there to Cuff. First and second with one away. And the 9th spot in the order, Brody Boyle. Before this game's over, I want to thank a couple people. First of all, shout out to the umpires today. Coy Monroe behind the plate and Scott Behan. They endured the rain delay and what's been a long game. Shout out to the umpires and every umpire who works in the ILB for the job that they do. Also want to give a huge shout out to our intern staff behind the scenes. Also the guys who work here at the ballpark, Jared Hunt. And I want to try to remember everybody who worked on the field. But during the rain delay, Jared Hunt, Blake Bolin, a lot of our interns behind the scenes, Ben Hill, Sean Walfelt, our photographer. We're helping get the field ready to be played on again. So shout out to all of them for the work that they did to get the field ready and make it playable after the rainy conditions. So we appreciate all that they do. Of course, everybody else on the intern staff and everybody who works in concessions or works at the ballpark. Brody Boyle didn't even get in the box there on that 3-0 pitch as Marcial takes a little off it to find the zone. And, of course, a thank you to all of you sticking around and watching this despite what hasn't been maybe the best of ball games, 26-6, and what appears to be a Sasquatch victory, a 15th victory on the season and their first of the second half. But baseball's baseball. You never know what you're going to see when you come to a ballpark, and saw a lot of different things today. 3-2, and he hits him. So Boyle's hit by a pitch. Marcial frustrated, as are the Plainsmen. 3 hit by pitches in the inning. Boyle will take a slow walk over to first base. I mean, there's no intent, of course, for Javier Marcial. You could be frustrated that he's not finding the zone or commanding the zone, and he's electing to throw a little bit faster instead, but certainly he's not trying to hit anybody in this kind of situation. First pitch ball, his new pinch hitter into the ball game. Why not? Adrian Amezquita will bat for Jackson Brooks. Amezquita flies into left field. Let's see which pitcher that is out in left field. I can't tell from here. That's Ben Green. Oh, it's left fielder Ben Green, actual outfielder in the outfields. It's at that point in the game where I was just assuming it was a pitcher, but actual position player playing left field. Ben Green makes the catch. The bases are going to remain loaded here. Chance for Marcial to work a clean inning. Dean Samuel will bat. Ball 1 to Samuel. Last hope for the Plainsmen. 3 hits on the day for Samuel. He's reached base 4 of 5 times. Fouls it away. Ball and a strike. This game began with 11 runs for the Sasquatch in the bottom half of the first. They scored in every frame besides the 8th, where they went down in order. The only frame they went 1, 2, 3. Counts 1-2 after a nice pitch from Marcial. Bringing the heat here in the 9th. The Plainsmen are down to their final strike. Bases loaded here in the 9th. Marcial, his pitch is way outside, way inside, I guess, technically behind Dean Samuel. Here's the pitch from Marcial. Upstairs, full count. Everyone will be off and running once again. The bases are loaded, as I feel like they've been almost every inning today. 3 on, 2 outs. There they go. The pitch grounded to short. Gonzalez fields, throw to first. Peters with the tag on the bag, and that will do it. Javier Marcial works a clean 9th inning, and that will do it for the Sasquatch. They hold on to win it. 26-6 is the final. They tie a franchise record and an ILB record of runs. And the Plainsmen fall to 0-8. Sasquatch get it done once again as they take their first win of the second half of the year. Their 15th win on the season. They improved to 15-11 overall. 1-0 in the second half, and they'll face this team 3 more times, and this is exactly the way you want to kick off a 7-game homestand with a dominating win here today. Well, for all of us here at the ballpark, thanks so much for tuning into the broadcast. Stick around for the GP Local postgame show, as we hope to have Nathan Harb up here in the booth to discuss a normal pitcher, but not so normal today. A 3-run homer and an RBI double. Hopefully he'll talk to us about it when we come back. GP Local postgame show is coming up in a few. Stick around.
Bro.
Be fucking real, man. Come on.
Here for the GP Local post-game show, I'm joined alongside Nathan Harb. Nathan, you are normally a pitcher. You just mentioned to me first at-bat in a couple months for you. Came into this game, obviously a blowout. You hit that 3-run home run. Was that on the first pitch, I believe? Or were you just selling out fastball? What was the approach going into that at-bat?
Yeah, so I kind of just knew he'd give me a fastball as I had in the count. And he threw 3 fastballs, so I knew I was seeing it well. And I was just like, don't miss it. Like, I knew it was coming, and I caught it out in front, put it over the fence, so it was fire.
Not only do you hit the home run, maybe it's like, oh, okay, it's a pitcher, you got a fastball, and you got a 3-run homer. Then you come up and you get an RBI double as well. I mean, just both of those times when you come back to the dugout, you know, greeted by all your other fellow hitters now, as you can consider yourself. What are the reactions like for your teammates?
They were loving it. I mean, whenever a pitcher gets in at bat, the whole team goes crazy. And I guess for a pitcher to hit a home run and a double, I mean, it's pretty fun, and all my teammates were super like, they're hyping me up, and it was super fun. I was happy to be a part of it.
I gotta ask as well, you played in the outfield as well, so is there any like adjustment you had to make from your normal routine getting ready as a pitcher? Is there anything different when you're a little bit colder in the dugout to going out and playing in the outfield?
Well, I just stretched before the game and I was cold, but when I heard I was going out to center, I've like never played center in my life, so I just went and played some catch back over in the bullpen, and I guess same routine to go into pitch, just like throw a little bit and then go out and play.
Well, there you go. That's all it takes. And one other thing, final question. You got Javier Marcial closing things out in the 9th inning. Anything you had to tell him or anything you told him after the game, seeing him on the mound?
I just trust it. I mean, pitching is super mental, and like you have to throw to the target, and there's an umpire and a hitter, and there's a lot you got to worry about. But if you can simplify it, just worry about throwing strikes. So I was just like telling him from center, like, hey, trust it, just throw it hard.
Congratulations on the dominating win. You tied a franchise record, 26 runs. You were a part of it on the hitting side of things. So 26-6, the final score. Nathan, thanks so much for joining us here on the postgame show. All right, well, that'll do it for us here at the ballpark. Sasquatch win this one 26-6. Back in action tomorrow night, 6:05 first pitch. Our coverage begins at about 5:45 local time here, as you can catch the Sasquatch and the Plainsmen tomorrow night. For all of us here at the ballpark, for video production intern Stephen Hogenkamp, I'm Ari Wall. Thanks so much for joining us here on the GP Local postgame show, and we'll see you tomorrow night. Have a great rest of your night.